Y'all ain't ready for the doom lighting this stream. They've pushed me as far as I'm willing to go. This is where I break. No, I'm kidding. Hello, everybody. Good morning. This is what I meant by the doom lighting, by the way. It's been rough. So, as you all know, I live in Australia, and it is the middle of summer here. My air conditioner broke. What's up, Sister Doll? My air conditioner has broken. It is like 104 degrees Fahrenheit today. It's literally 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's 86 degrees Fahrenheit right now. I mean, outside. In this room, it's even more so. So gonna have to deal with the lighting like this. I mean, if it's really that bad, I can swap it to the other LED. It's just, I mean, here's the difference. Not quite doom lighting, but much hotter. You wish it was summer there? Yeah, I know. It's really really cold in the States right now, and I get that. So it's a little rude of me to be whinging about the heat, but at the same time, I mean, it's either extreme hot or extreme cold, and there's no in between anymore, and that's kind of the issue. Um, so fair warning, stream like I'm gonna try and make sure that like we can do most of stream, but just to give you an idea of where we're at with the heat level, this is my PC stats right now, and it's been at like the 80s Celsius with the fan at 100% pretty much the entire time I've been setting up, so I'm not quite excited for it. Now, obviously, we'll get to actual news when we get to actual news. What's up, Exhale? Yeah, no bueno. Waking up at 2 a.m. with 91% humidity is very much not fun. That's the other thing. Bear with me, because I got like 2 hours of sleep last night. I have a fan on it. I have a fan on it. I have a fan up above me, and I have another fan in the hallway outside the room. But I mean, there's only so much a fan will do when it's already hot. Because I mean, like it's already hot. You can't make it. You can't cool it down while it's like this. You know, it just doesn't work that way. Yeah, I got issues. That's okay. Stream tomorrow is off anyway, because that's the day I'm going to be going and taking my citizenship test. But then when we come back on Tuesday stream time, Eastern Standard Time, it's probably going to have to be around this time period for a little while. I'll see. I'll keep you guys updated. I'm supposed to hear back from landlord later today about how quickly they can manage to get this fixed, but it is what it is. So, yeah, thank you, thank you. So I suppose we should get to the news. I'm going to start off with some Australia news, just because, I mean, yesterday here was Australia Day, which is, I was going to say Independence Day, but it's actually not. It's the opposite. It is the day that it is the day of the first fleet landing in Australia. It is Invasion Day according to First Nations people. Now, for a long time here, there's been consistent protests, at least the entire time that I've been in Australia. every year around Australia Day, we get protests from the left, and including, I mean, it's not just Indigenous Australians. It's not, it's the vast majority of young people. We're always, it's kind of like their Thanksgiving. I mean, in the worst possible way. Yes, leftist Leo, kind of like Thanksgiving. But so pretty much all young people agree that the day should be changed, moved to a different day. We should not hold it on this day, because it's to the vast majority of like Aboriginal Australians, it's a traumatic day. They call it Invasion Day, you know. And every year there's a whole bunch of argument that comes up from right wingers, but also just like generally the average Australian. I disagree with you, Chupacabra, but you know, it is what it is. It doesn't necessarily like whether or not that's the point isn't the point. The point here, yeah, we got one already. It's I don't care to argue about it because A, I'm not Aboriginal, and B, I'm not even an Australian citizen just yet. I'm just here to talk about the news. I'm gonna give you one just because I'm nice. You can criticize what I say, but don't be sitting there and taking an entire group of people and then putting them in a box like that. That's not how this works. That's not how reality works. You get one, not another. Yeah, well, it's the atrocious lighting, so my computer doesn't explode, Lennon. Let's start off.
A number of groups joined forces to protest for and against.
Yes, I'm talking to you. You can disagree with me. Just like, don't generalize an entire group of people like that. That's all I mean, Chupacabra. You saying that, like, most Aboriginals don't work and stay on the dole, so that's the balance, is pretty fucking racist. And I try and maintain that even people who say racist things don't necessarily mean them entirely, like, with hate. They're just misinformed. So I'm going to give you a chance to just stick around and just pay attention for a second, because what you just said isn't okay. Fine, you can fuck off then. Bye. I'll help you on the door. Eat shit, dickwad. There we go. Now, there was protests in Melbourne. Like, you try and give these people a chance to like learn, because inside my I felt the cringe at the moment I read that, but I'm like, I'm gonna give this moron one chance. Fuck them. We've had protests already.
Australia Day. Police say more than 25,000 people rallied in a day of action across the city.
Nothing says division like a barbecue by the Yarra with a side of police in riot gear.
You're right, sister.
January 26, a day of mourning for many.
Understand the history, the criminal history behind what happened on this day and what is still continuing to happen to our people.
And celebration for others.
We want to recognise what made this great country.
Joined by more causes today, leaving a city filled with protests.
From the river to the sea.
This was countrywide. Now we're watching Melbourne specifically, but
I've came to support Palestine.
What about Australia Day? What does that mean to you?
It means a lot to me.
The Palestinians and First Nation people, Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islanders.
There's a lot of intertwined sentiment between the pro-Palestine movement in Australia and the liberation of Aboriginal peoples within this country, because both are examples of settler colonialism. Australia was founded on such, as was Israel, so it comes down to a shared sentiment. Most of the rallies here will have for either Aboriginal liberation and or pro-Palestine protests will often have both going on at the same time. No, they're not an independence movement. This is just this protest is for them is them asking for the day of Australia Day to be changed off of January 26th. January 26th is the day that the first fleets showed up, the 11 ships that came from the UK, and it is the founding of Australia. It's just also, there was already people here. Australia is home to the oldest continuously existing culture of peoples in the world. 65,000 years is how long the Aboriginal peoples have been alive and continuously living, continuously building their various cultures. I mean, there's a lot of different tribes. I'm not nearly educated enough to fill you in on all of that. Not yet, at least. We're working on it. There's a lot. But the idea of this is that it is settler colonialism. It is celebrating a day in which Aboriginals have trauma towards, and up until recently, the vast majority of Australians were not the vast majority, but the majority were in favor of changing it. The vast majority of young people were in favor of changing the day. This is actually, unfortunately, flipped in the last couple of years. I saw a stat the other day, which I'm looking for. It's not in my sources. It's on Twitter somewhere, and I'm not going to bother to look it up, but it showed that the majority now favors keeping Australia Day on the 26th, which really hit me in the, oh, okay, the Liberals are absolutely going to win this election here, which is unsurprising and not good, but you'll see why even more so, because this is the good part.
Fighting the same fight.
On the steps of Parliament, tens of thousands
It's
gathered
like
in
Columbus
solidarity
Day
with Indigenous
it's like Columbus Day mixed with Thanksgiving, mixed with the 4th of July, except not Independence Day.
Australians.
We know who we are. We have an identity. We have the dream time, but we haven't got what we are entitled to, and that's our land.
This is what we want for our country. We want to respect Indigenous people.
The Invasion Day rally remembering the past.
Always was, always will be.
And calling for change.
It's a day of mourning. It's sad that people celebrate murder of my great-great-great-grandparents.
You can understand this sentiment.
First Nations mothers, in particular, are really proud to bring our culture in this modern day time.
The Invasion Day rally has been going for a
It went quiet for you. Hold on. Shouldn't be.
decade. Organisers say
Is that better?
this is the...
Sources tell us
Did it just glitch?
a number of groups joined.
Okay, that's fine. We messed it up anyway. So, that was Melbourne. This was in Adelaide, which is in South Australia, my state, actually. This is the capital city of my state. We had a not-so-good version of events happening here. Now, obviously, there was counter-protests in every state in the country, in every major city, but this one I found particularly interesting because Adelaide is not a big city. It's almost like Kansas in this state, and the amount of people that showed up for this Nazi rally is particularly concerning in a state that's considered the granny state. This is where old people come to retire, at least in general discourse.
Good evening. Police have pounced on a group of white extremist protesters, blocking them from entering the city ahead of the Australia Day Survival Day commemorations.
No, people live here. It's just old people live here.
16 charged, all but one had travelled here.
Oh yes, here's the good news. At least in Australia, we arrest the Nazis.
From interstate. And one is accused under new laws of displaying a Nazi symbol.
On a day of celebration and commemoration, chaos in the parklands. Police clash with the men marching in black, wearing combat boots.
Like, I've been here. This is the closest major city to me.
Waving our national flag.
Get out the way! Get out the way!
As one is pinned to the ground,
I wish
the
we
rest
treated
scatter.
our Nazis like
Police
this in
on
America.
foot and on horseback in hot pursuit.
Imagine seeing mounted cops going after the Nazis instead of, I don't know, everyone but the Nazis.
If you hit the city, you'll be arrested!
Anyone heading into the city's heart finding themselves on the way to the City Watch House instead.
The one time I'm pro-cop.
Told that I couldn't go into the city.
The group had been followed by authorities from its march down North Terrace.
White man! White man! White man! White man!
Organisers telling 9 News they're
Just
all
call them
members
autistic
of the
and move
National
on.
Socialist Network, a far-right, white extremist group.
Unfortunately, the membership for the National Socialist Network has been growing lately, which you could imagine might have something to do with events that are happening, I don't know, maybe over there in the States. Sister Doll, I'm glad Canada apologized to the Indians and gave them the land and the respect. Yeah, I am too. I mean, to be fair, America kind of well, up until recently, America treated our natives better, than Australia does necessarily. At least in America, we give them sovereign land. That it's theirs. They have their own land. They're technically their own country, just within the borders of the United States. We don't regularly send police onto Native American reservations, for example. We do now, and we do when we feel like the need to, but on paper, at least they have their own land. Here, last year, there was something called the Voice, which was a vote it was essentially just a symbolic vote in which Aboriginal people wanted a person whose job it would be to go and travel and talk to the various Indigenous communities and relay their messages to Parliament, so Parliament can, I don't know, represent them. It was one representative for the dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of different tribes, and we couldn't even do that. So,
Sing Matilda, you come a waltzing Matilda with me.
But police had been expecting them and bolstered resources. When I spoke to some of those who joined in today, they did not hesitate in telling me their motivations.
Do you accept that it's a neo-Nazi group?
Yes.
Right, so you've joined a neo-Nazi group?
Correct, proudly.
Why is that?
Because I'm a neo-Nazi, obviously.
We just like-minded people, we're proud white Australians who believe in standing up for white Australians.
Those not arrested were herded out of the city.
Why Matilda? It's just an Australian song. Police horses, based in this case, yeah, this is the only case where I'm glazing the cops. I mean, we covered a Palestine protest last year where they were using mounted police in Melbourne to go after the Palestine protesters. In this case, this is good. I'm okay with this. Go after these guys. I want to bring this back. We should be doing this in America. I want mounted cops arresting and brutalizing the Nazis.
Fire
look at
scatter.
that. Look
Police
at that.
on foot and on horseback in hot pursuit. Anyone heading into the city's heart finding themselves on the way to the City Watch House instead.
This is a proper use of police force.
The group had been followed by authorities from its march down North Terrace.
White man! White man! White man!
So basically, kind of like Charlottesville, but Australian.
Arrested were herded out of the city. The police watch staying in place for hours more. 16 people have been charged, ranging from 16 to 58 years old.
Jesus Christ. I mean, you know exactly who to blame for this. But again, it's actually illegal to be a Nazi in this country. Racism is against the law in Australia.
All but one of them have travelled here from interstate. Police say all are members of the National Socialist Network and are likely to stay in custody until court on Tuesday. Shannon McDonald, 9 News.
I hope that they well, I mean, to be fair, it is a long weekend, so of course they're going to be staying in court today as well, because today's Monday here, and it's the long weekend for Australia Day, so have fun sitting in a prison cell in triple digit, weather. Does in excessive force exist? Only when it's Nazis. But again, it is illegal in Australia to do this. The Racial Discrimination Act of 1975, Section 18C, offensive behavior because of race, color, or national or ethnic origin. It is unlawful for a person to do an act otherwise than in private if A, the act is reasonably likely in all circumstances to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate another person or a group of people, and B, the act is done because of race, color, national or ethnic origin of the other person, or of some or all of the people in a group. This act was being used against pro-Palestine protesters by saying they were being anti-Semitic, for example. You can't do this. You can't do like a Sieg Heil. They will arrest you. They've been arrested. There's several well-known Nazis in this country who've been arrested for doing the Sieg Heil. But, I mean, 16 people were arrested ranging from ages 16 to 54 is pretty messed up. And again, this is in basically Kansas. If you go to Sydney or if you go to Melbourne, you'll see a lot more of them than just this. But then at the same time, you know, don't have too much hope, because here is Senator Babbitt. This is a Australian senator saying we should get out the water cannons and the tear gas for the anti-Australia gremlins who today are taking a leak on our country. As in, this is an Australian politician, a elected member of parliament, advocating for the use of violence against unarmed protesters, which you do have a right to protest in Australia. I wonder where they're getting these ideas from, you know? It's confusing. Who could possibly be thinking Nazism is good in this day and age? I wonder where that's coming from. Maybe it's coming from, I don't know, the United States. So, moving on off Australia, I just wanted to touch on that really quickly, because we do have a lot of stuff to go through, and I'm trying to be somewhat quick here so my computer doesn't die. A week ago, I was being told to apologize for saying Trump would be far worse for Gaza because he faked a temporary pause, pretend ceasefire to coincide with his inauguration from Mehdi Hassan. And, you know, he is correct here, because what did Trump say yesterday? Well,
Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump says he's pressing Jordan and Egypt to take in Palestinians from Gaza. He made those comments while speaking to reporters
He didn't exactly make those comments. What comments he actually made are... Damn it, of course. This is what you get for even Al Jazeera. Really? I thought, like, I had a BBC one open that did this, and I was like, oh, let me just grab an Al Jazeera one, because they'll give you, like, the actual words that were used.
Board Air Force One.
We'll get it.
Trump said he had a phone call with King Abdullah II of Jordan and told him, I'd love for you to take on more because I'm looking at the whole Gaza Strip right now and it's a mess. He also told reporters, you're talking about probably 1.5 million people, and we just clean out that whole thing. He added that Gaza has become a demolition.
Notice the phrasing there one more time?
And we just clean out that whole thing.
We just clean out that whole thing? You're talking about probably 1.5 million people? I wonder, does that sound like cleansing an ethnic group from a region to you guys? Maybe, I don't know. There's usually a word for cleaning out an area of a group of people who live there, you know? I feel like we've already invented the terms for this.
He added that Gaza has become a demolition site and people are dying there. So I'd rather get involved with some of the Arab nations and build housing in a different location where they can maybe live in peace for a change. It could be temporary or it could be long term.
As in,
let's bring in
kicking them out of their land? Ethnic cleansing, come on. It's not even a dog whistle anymore. It's a goddamn bullhorn, everything. Yeah, but they don't bother with the dog whistles anymore. Death of the euphemism is a thing. They drop the euphemism when they no longer need it.
And Abdullah Al-Arian, he's an associate professor of history at Georgetown University in Qatar, also a specialist in the modern Middle East. Great to have you back with us, Abdullah. How seriously should we take these comments?
Pretty fucking seriously, come on.
Comments from Trump. Because we know from his first presidency that a lot of what he says is his personal opinion, what he would like to see, rather than actual policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there's reason to take it seriously, in part because we've seen this specific demand being made for over the last year and a half. This was something that many Israeli officials indicated very early on in the course of this war, in the course of Israel's onslaught on Gaza, was that they sought to ethnically cleanse as much of that territory as possible. And that plan has failed. It's failed for multiple reasons, one of which is that Arab leaders who were approached at
I mean, they are definitely doing the genocide, whether it also falls into ethnically cleansing the region. I feel like now we're being a bit too semantical here. I think kind of if you're doing a genocide, you're also doing ethnic cleansing. And if you've managed to kill, I don't know, dozens of thousands, like over 50,000 confirmed fatalities from Israel just killing these people with bombs and bullets and also just running them over. I think it's safe to say that it's both an ethnic cleansing and a genocide, but
point in time simply declined to take on an additional Palestinian refugee population, in part because it was simply politically unviable, whether in Egypt in particular, which was very much mooted at that point as a possible destination for a mass ethnic cleansing of Palestine.
So here's what they're not going to say, even Al Jazeera. No matter what country you hypothetically move them to, like, obviously that's ethnic cleansing and it's immoral, but they're going to do it. We don't have any power to stop them. Wherever they move them to, they're still not safe. Arabs hate each other. Egyptians don't like Palestinians. Jordanians don't like Palestinians. Jordanians don't like, speaking from my experience as a Turkish person who's not Arab, of course, but I don't know, my dad's lived in Iraq. I've been around the place. I know people from these, cultures. We're fucking racist as a broader region, including to each other. It's kind of like the Balkans in the Middle East. Everyone is just incredibly racist to people who look almost exactly like them, but just have a different flag.
Palestinians from Gaza. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, is because the Palestinians themselves were not interested in this, right? That they know all too well what it means to leave their home and what the status of Palestinian refugees has looked like for the past 70 years.
I mean, we can safely say that the Palestinians would keep that position. They have no interest in leaving Gaza, one would assume. What about Jordan and Egypt at this particular point in time? Because what leverage, what pressure could Trump be putting on them to change their stance?
Well, in the past, we've seen economic inducements in particular. I mean, these are both economies that are heavily dependent on outside assistance.
Now, Egypt does... If Egypt had, I don't know, a will, they could fight against this. Egypt controls the Suez Canal. Now, I'm sure maybe Trump's yelling and screaming about the Panama Canal might have given the Egyptians a little bit of pause, but at the same time, it's not like the Egyptians weren't pro-Trump to begin with. They helped him last time. They gave him $10 million last time, like illegally. They donated $10 million to his campaign in 2020. In 2016 as well, I believe they were giving him money. There is close ties that are already in existence there. There is not really much that either Jordan or Egypt or really any other country in the region except maybe Saudi Arabia, because they also own quite a large amount of Donald Trump and Elon Musk, who could do anything to stop this, and they have no interest in that.
And as a result, there's been a lot of leveraging of the economic power of some Gulf states, as well as the United States directly itself, to try and pressure these governments to play along. But again, the political will is also domestic. And in the case of Egypt, for instance, there's not a lot of acceptance of this among other segments of the Egyptian political and military elites. Similarly, this is true within Jordan as well, given the kinds of demographic shifts, the kind of security arrangements that they would be responsible for. And of course, ultimately, all of this is about enabling and excusing Israel's behavior over the course of the genocide of the last 15 years.
And that really is what it comes down to. Everything else after this, I mean, it's still filling in the details, but this is not only excusing the genocide, but it's pushing it a step further. Which is what we said would happen. We've been saying this was going to happen from the very beginning. The Palestinians are so cooked. I mean, it's not like Kamala Harris would have been good for them, but she wouldn't have been doing this. She wouldn't have been, I don't know, pressuring Egypt and Jordan to help ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. She still would have, you know, the Palestinians would still have been cooked, but there's a degree of how cooked and how long-lasting these effects are. The outcome with Kamala Harris would have been things still continue, and we have a very Biden-esque. I would argue that she would have been better than Biden. I will say that. I don't care. At this point, fuck all of you that disagree. She would have been better than Biden. Not by much, but at least there would have been some degree of even feigned effort, which, I mean, if it's just feigned effort, it's not exactly better, but we wouldn't have continued on pressing to make it worse, because obviously Democrats are less popular and we're not a cult. If she continued on pressing and making it worse, then she would have lost a lot of support in members of Congress. Yes, I know of AIPAC. I've heard of the group. You know, I know how much money they pay. There is still a degree of pressure that the public could have put on her, and did, might I add. A successful amount of pressure was made, though minimal. Over time, after an election, if we, I don't know, had the left stop arguing with each other of, well, like, oh, Kamala's not going to help, and oh, Kamala is going to help, if the entirety of the left may be pushed together, I'm sure you can see a degree of change that could have come from this. Instead of, I don't know, this. Imagine if they run her again, we would see the end of the Democratic Party. They're not going to. They're not going to. She doesn't want to. Every rumor that you'll see about that is just so she can charge more for speaking fees. But again, you wouldn't have been seeing, to the extent that we are, the callous lack of giving a fuck. Like, a lack of any kind of positive engagement. They asked Donald Trump about Palestine last week, and he said it was beachfront property in Gaza now. So,
and Tarek Abazoum, who joins us from
this is
Al-Rashid Road in Gaza, just south of the Netzarim corridor, where there's just been a shooting. Tarek, what more information do you have on this?
Well, we were in the closest point to Netzarim corridor, where we used to...
This is not the West Bank, because remember, they invaded the West Bank and we have the Gaza ceasefire. This is their ceasefire.
Suddenly, the Israeli military opened fire against civilians who were gathering in that very close point.
Civilians?
To
not
the
even like
corridor.
any excuse.
Many civilians have started to return back again to their temporary shelters in the central areas and also in the south. Others are still remaining in the area. They have no choice but they're waiting to return back to their houses. Everyone was in a state of shock and fear that the Israeli military had opened fire against them, which considered to be a violation of the ceasefire agreement.
Like, there's not even any attempt to hide it this time.
Has crossed through the Netzarim corridor, but everybody was stationed a bit far away.
I mean, I hope our entire governmental system changes massively. The Democratic Party as a whole probably will stop existing, at least in the way that we know it. Especially if we continue down the path that we're going. I mean, again, this is Joe Biden's doing.
From the air, the scale of Israel's 15-month bombing campaign in Gaza is clear.
Well, I mean, this is Israel's doing, but I mean, we paid for it, so. And Joe Biden
this shows
was
the
one who
destructive
pushed
force
for
of
it to continue.
85,000 tons of explosives. It's difficult to understand how anything or anyone could survive what aid agencies describe as appalling and apocalyptic conditions. And even with a ceasefire, how anyone could return.
Yeah, like, yeah, Palestinians, go back to your houses. Palestinians' houses. Sure?
And even with a ceasefire, how anyone could return.
And again, there's still
Juma
firing.
Shadi
It's not
says
like
he
the
built his
firing has
house
ceased.
piece by piece. And like many others at the moment, he has mixed feelings.
The halting of the bloodshed.
I can't listen to this because They don't know that this is just going to start up again in like a week. They don't I'm sure they know, but they're not seeing Netanyahu saying openly like, oh yes, this is specifically just temporary. Because I keep seeing images and videos of people celebrating in Gaza that they could to go back home, and like, don't go back home. Don't go, because they're just gonna kill you next week. How would you even begin to clean that shit up to be livable for everyone? You can't. You can't. You can't. It's like, it's gone. That city has been demolished. That's what's happened there. And again, it's not like we're doing any better, you know, back home. So let's listen to our own little Adolf. Oh, hold on, sorry, everything just in my screen just messed up. My computer's already so hot that it is breaking. Lovely. Everything's got a break. Okay, are we back? Is it stopped? Cool. So let's watch our own little Adolf Hitler really quickly. Once I get it back in place. And of course, the display cap is annoying. See, this is why I don't. Excuse me. What are you doing, display? Oh, fuck it. Fuck display. Let's go with this one.
Man who's helped set up some of these raids and the new policy that's going to be
80 years to rebuild. Jesus Christ, that is insane.
America for the next 4 years, and hopefully picked up by the next president after that. Stephen Miller, your new title, Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Homeland Security Advisor. Welcome back to the White House. Your thoughts about what Ilhan Omar thinks about your policy?
Well, first of all, Brian, let me just say you and I have been friends for a long time now.
Okay, straight up already lying. You don't have friends, Stephen Miller.
It's great to be on air with you.
Thank you.
In my new role here at the White House, I want you to know that anytime you want to have me on to talk about what's happening in this country, this is where I want to be.
Everyone
so thank you
hates
for the
this
invitation,
little
and
shit.
we're really excited about the next 30 days, 100 days, 4 years, and beyond. So.
This is literally like Goebbels.
So. President Trump has put in place a historic series of actions to secure the southern border and to restore American sovereignty. It's no surprise, of course, that congressional Democrats, as they always have, are complaining about the restoration of our national and territorial sovereignty. This is the most aggressive action any president has ever taken to secure our southern border. You've seen and you've shown the military planes that are taking off and that are landing illegal immigrants back into their home countries.
Oh, you know, he's absolutely fine. Like, it's not even that he's fine with them. He is frothing. He's horny for them. He's frothing at the mouth. He wants to go and watch through the fence and watch them.
Re-implementing under President Trump's direction and leadership, remain in Mexico. We're re-implementing Safe Third agreements, ending catch and release. And of course, we are unleashing ICE to perform its mission all across the interior of the United States.
So that's happening in real time, in a matter of days and hours. Tom Homan told everyone this is going to happen. You know, I did notice this. You have Ilhan Omar, and of course, the squad is always going to be the squad. But Democrats don't really know what to make of this, because if they criticize this, are they pro-international criminal?
The fucking framing from Fox News, that's hilarious. No, I will inform you. Democrats know what to make of this, whether they're in government or not. Even the ones that aren't speaking out about it are disgusted by it, at least, even I would argue a lot of elected Republicans are also probably disgusted by it. I mean, they won't ever say anything or indicate that they are, but I'm sure they're at least bothered by it. Some of them, obviously, not the majority. We still have a couple that have some semblance of a soul left in there. It's just, you know, buried deep, 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 deep down under all of the money that they're getting for shutting up.
I mean, they're pulling out the worst of the worst, embedded in sanctuary cities from Boston to New York to Chicago. If they come out against you,
I'm not gonna stop every 10 seconds
criminals.
to correct
Well,
these
that's exactly right.
obvious
Look,
lies.
President Trump is liberating these communities. And look, I think all across the board, what
Liberating
you've
these
seen is
communities.
people have said, look, President Trump did more in the first 3 or 4 days than most presidents have done in their entire administrations. Border
That's
security,
unfortunately
immigration
kinda true.
security, national
Time now.
defense, ending DEI, beginning the process of unleashing American energy, reforming the federal workforce, and tackling inflation, bringing down the cost of living.
They were flying undocumented people out during Biden's admin. Dickhead is taking credit for an existing program. Yeah, like the deportations never stopped. They've never stopped. It's just the openness and excitedness to be doing this, to be going from door to door. I mean, again, it's not even just undocumented immigrants they're going after. Let's finish listening to this demon speak for a second, just to understand what the vast majority of the country, and make no mistake, this is the vast majority of the country, think is actually happening versus what is actually happening. And yes, it has been a week, Simply Steve.
Restoring government accountability.
Yeah, I did.
Engaging in government transparency, ending the weaponization of government, ending federal censorship, ending transgender madness. So President Trump is implementing this historic slate of reforms all across the U.S. government with a simple...
Everything this man is saying is a lie, just to be clear. I'm not going to stop every 10 seconds to point out, well, this specific lie.
They elected Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is implementing his mandate. And
the maggots will believe anything. They're framing this as new. They're framing that the economy is booming right now when, I mean, it was already booming under Biden, and most Americans, including specifically the Trump voters, are even in an even worse position with the cost of living now, but they still think that it's better. Malinformation. Yeah, this isn't even misinformation at this point.
Congressional Democrats, they don't know what to do. They don't know what to say because they're on the wrong side of 90-10 issues, Brian. All these issues are 90-10. They're in the 10%.
And 58% of the country is for mass deportations. You know,
yeah,
Stephen, people are trying to get a hold of the new administration, understand who comes in. They know you. I thought this tear out from Politico was pretty significant for people who don't. It's Stephen Miller's moment, they say. It is clear both by his actions and from conversations with people around Trump that Miller will be an even bigger power center this time around. Given Miller's hot shot status in the West Wing, Trump world dweller...
Okay, so that was a paraphrase. Of course, they feel the need to dick ride every 10 seconds because, I mean, fascism is cringe.
In and outside the White House, all but want to be in his good graces or at least avoid.
Oh, never mind. It
him.
Wasn't a paraphrase. Okay, cool. But Politico's dick riding now.
Bring us behind the scenes with your expanded portfolio. What's it going to be like? What did you learn the first 4 that makes you more confident in this next 4?
Well, that's very humbling, Brian, and I appreciate it. My job is simple.
Okay, I don't care about that. I don't care what you learned. But again, this is a real post from a real MAGA account. Daddy is back to save us. Genuinely, like, please take me to the camps. I can't take the cringe anymore. I heard Elon got booted out of the White House. Yes, the Susie Wiles specifically blocked Elon from getting an office in the White House. I don't know if he was booted out necessarily. It's just, realistically, I think the most likely answer for that isn't that Elon is getting on Trump's nerves or anything. It's that the people behind the scenes that aren't idiots know that that's optically too much for where they are right now in their base. I watch the stream and the first thing I hear is Stephen knows for racist Miller. Yeah, I know. We had to listen to Hitler. But again, just take me to the camps. They're so fucking cringe. They're talking about how they're liberating communities. Geblimler, yeah. And you said this earlier, Simply Steve. They're not just like they're arresting U.S. citizens, but it's kind of dumber than that too. Reports of Navajo people being detained in immigration sweeps sparks concerns from tribal leaders. They're going after Native Americans. To like, hey, how long have you been in this country? Let me see your papers. Like, to the people at the reservation. Native Americans. Since President Donald Trump issued his executive order for increased ICE raids, Navajo tribal leaders have received alarming reports that their tribal members are being detained. We now know that Navajo people and enrolled people of other tribes are being detained in Phoenix and in other cities by ICE. They don't care, right? They've been here before, but like the ICE does not care. They don't care if you're an American citizen. They don't care if you are Native American. They don't care if you're white. They'll just arrest you. There is no rule of law that applies to them. They can do whatever the fuck that they want. Fuck you. They have one move. And it's everyone goes to the camps. That's the one move. That's the one move. And dick riding Trump is the other move that people like Red Dye Jim will do. Yeah, I am crazy. I'm crazy enough to not be retarded. I'm crazy enough to have some critical thinking skills. These people are like, you're the illegal immigrant compared to them. You understand that, right? Like, you are the illegal immigrant.
Problem with this is, why are we so worried about getting rid of all of the Mexicans or Hispanics that are quote unquote here, if they're illegal or not? At the end of the day, many of them are paying taxes. Many of them have been here for generations and decades. And Matt, trying to get rid of 4 or 5.
Hey, Red Dye, how's those price of eggs going for you? How about the price of gas, eh?
3 million people all at once.
Masculinity's back? Masculinity's back. You guys think it's masculine to go around calling Trump daddy with your cringe fucking little like dick ridey fascism. Masculinity. You guys are weak little pussy bitches. Red Dye Jim, I could genuinely pick up 10 of you off the street and ask you a question, and every single one of you will make me die from laughter at how weak, cringe, like, you are all losers. You're all losers. Every single one of you are embarrassing, pathetic losers.
It's not going to work. We don't have the resources.
We don't have to do it all at once.
And secondly, Matt, listen, there is no such thing as an illegal Mexican immigrant coming into Texas, because they're only coming home. Texas, Arizona, and California was stole from the Mexicans.
Don't start
this
that nonsense.
all belongs to them. So they're only coming home, and then here it is, you white folks stole the land from the Indians, but yet you're the natural, real illegal immigrant.
So let's start with the things you said that are already wrong. First of all, they're coming here, they're not paying any taxes. You're telling me they're paying taxes? They're not paying taxes.
Okay, you're dumb as shit. Of course they're paying taxes. They buy shit, don't they? They pay sales tax when they buy something.
Or paying taxes,
no, they're not paying any taxes.
Matt, when they buy a product, they paying a tax on it.
Let's continue.
When they buy a car, they paying a tax on it.
You come into this country illegally.
You can be quiet.
That is a law that you're breaking, and that's why they have to be sent back to wherever they came from. They want to come through the front door.
He can substantiate his claims in 10 minutes.
That is the correct way to come in. And the city of Houston has to stop allowing this, or we're never going to get them to stop coming in here.
Okay,
look, that's what we got to do. Follow the law.
But Matt, where is the compassion that the indigenous Indians had for white people in this country?
Keep going backwards.
The people who were here, you know, when the white people were the illegal immigrants, did they get deported? No.
You all come in.
What are you going
And you came in and raised a whole lot of hell.
Don't start.
Trump
start
called
bringing up
Mexicans
history and try and
rapists.
explain
He called
what's
them
going on
criminals.
today.
Trump called the Mexicans illegal criminals.
Hey, look, Trump called them, rapists and criminals. I do gotta say, the white colonists who came to this country were absolutely rapists and criminals. They were raping they were raping each other. They were doing crime. They were raping the Indians. They were doing crime. They were stealing from them. I mean, if anyone had a right to make this case, it would have been the American Indians.
Criminals coming into America, where the biggest illegal criminal ever come into America was white people.
So you don't give a damn if people break into this country?
I don't give a damn.
Wonder what's going to happen when they come rob your house.
I don't give a damn about hypocrites who came here illegally and stole all of this and now want to blame them before only coming back home. To all of the Mexicans, don't worry about this.
Hey, by the way, if you want people to stop breaking into other people's houses, maybe get rid of poverty. Because that's why people do crime. That's why people do theft. Because, you know, they're poor and shit's expensive.
Just keep having babies, and in 30 years, all these white folks will be under your control.
To Americans, let's stand up and do what the hell we're supposed to do and stop letting the city of Houston be an open door. This ain't no sanctuary city.
Don't listen to that.
This is a real city.
Just keep having babies, and at the end of the day, you'll run everything in Texas. Just keep having babies.
Now you understand why I got to come here every single week
to get like absolutely annihilated by someone smarter than me. Yeah, that's why we know you have to come here every week. White violent colonists treated their own like shit too. White landowners, everyone else was expendable. Even to the white landowners, SN, they treated them like shit too. I'd rather die as a proud member of the resistance than bow to dear leader. Same. His face is so red.
And I gotta go after this man and maybe get through that thick skull one day.
In 20 years, you're gonna be the minority in Texas.
True. I just witnessed the murder. Yeah. But again, like the idea of going after Native Americans, of how long have you been in this country? I was born here, sir. What about your parents? They were born here too. How long have you been in this country? How long have your parents been in this country? Did your grandparents come here with the Irish maybe? Or were they with the Germans that came here? Or maybe you're English, you know, maybe you were one of the original colonizers. Still here longer than you. But on top of this, it's not just natives, it's also veterans. They arrested a veteran in New Jersey.
Going very well. We're getting the bad, hard criminals out.
U.S. immigration agents rounded up undocumented migrants and American citizens in a raid in Newark, New Jersey. A literal veteran. ICE spokesperson said that they may encounter U.S. citizens while conducting field work and may request identification. One of the people who were here, by the way, one of the people who was an American citizen had an identification. In fact, going back to the example of the Navajo tribe, they had identification. You know what ICE says when you give them your papers? They come to you, they say, papers, please. You give them your papers, they put your papers in their pocket and then say, papers, please, again, like you just didn't have this encounter. And then they arrest you. That's what's gonna happen. Honestly, like, I've been telling people to carry around their passport now, because Americans don't do this, and most Americans still don't have one, unfortunately. But yeah, your papers don't pass the vibe check. But at this point, it doesn't matter. They'll just take you. They'll take you in anyway. They don't care. They don't care. There's nothing that will stop them. There's no one that's going to try and go after them. The courts are trying, but they're not going to be able to continue that for very long. And ICE has basically unlimited power within 100 miles of the border, which includes the ocean. So basically, unless you live in Kansas, you live in the part of the country where ICE just has no laws that stop them from going after, I don't know, American citizens and people who are more American than they are. Nothing for them.
There were three.
They hate you. They
say
hate all of them.
Undocumented that they detained, but they also
will they deport that many people?
Were...
No, of course not, Comrade Lennon. These people are going into work camps. They're not getting deported. Some of them are, sure, and of course, early on, like right now, some of them will get deported. But the point here is has never been mass deportation. It has been mass imprisonment in labor camps. When I heard within 100 miles of the border, including 100 miles from an international airport, so they have Kansas as well. That's true. I forgot about international airports. So yeah, basically they have jurisdiction that goes beyond the law in the entire country. You do know that Trump is not even doing the mass deportations he promised. Yeah, he's not. He's arresting them, and he's doing some deportations. The people getting deported, by the way, are the 1.5 million people who were already on a waiting list to get deported from the last administration, as in Biden's administration. And all of these people who get arrested just get thrown into a labor camp, and for private prisons to make money off of. True, basically. That's the entire goal here, has always been that. Because, again, if you remember before the election, the math was done. We can't afford to do the mass deportations, not in the way they want to. It would bankrupt the country.
In fact, citizens of this country. One person showed their military,
or rather, the way that they said they wanted to,
and was still questioned. None of these people were rapists or murderers or criminals.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, none of them get any kind of due process.
U.S. border agents have now been directed by the Trump White House. U.S. border agents have now been directed by the Trump White House to deport migrants crossing into the U.S. without any asylum requests allowed.
Yeah.
So CBS News immigration reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez, you obtained an internal memo about these changes. What are the details here?
Hi, Reed. According to the internal Customs and Border Protection memo that we obtained here at CBS News, officials along the U.S.-Mexico border, along the U.S.-Canada border, and
Belford again, Mail Rights USA,
and coastal sectors like Florida are now directed to swiftly and summarily deport migrants who are entering the country illegally, importantly, without affording them the opportunity, Reed, to request asylum in
They're literally
US
getting
immigration.
Veterans. Belford again. Every time.
Court that traditionally
US
has been an
citizens
obligation
and
under
veterans.
domestic and international refugee law, designed to ensure that governments are not sending people to places where they could be persecuted. But that asylum law under, again, domestic and international treaties,
that's all he does,
has now been suspended effectively by this order by President Trump that cites
it's like the world's most famous con man, and then they keep thinking that he tells the truth.
Known as 212F that allows President Reed to suspend the entry of foreigners who are determined to pose a detrimental impact to U.S. interests.
As in any foreigner, based on, their definition. And understand, right now, we are absolutely gearing up for war. We're going to invade Mexico. We're doing a Russia with Ukraine. We're doing exactly what they did. We have at least 15,000 soldiers at the border right now. We're using Osprey helicopters to bring shit to the border in our own country. They're wasting money on bullshit that they don't actually need for any reason because they want to look cool. The entire point is to look cool. They want an optical win for the people who don't actually read the news and watch Fox News and listen to people like Stephen Miller talking about how they're liberating communities.
On day one, I immediately halted the hiring of any new IRS agents. They hired.
And again, not by us, just to be clear. I really would take as much effort as you can to not Fed post, because,
They hired.
The left fell for Project 2025? What are you talking about? They're literally doing Project 2025 right now. Where is it? Here's some of the Project 2025 promises that have been kept. Deploy active troops to the southern border. That's been kept. Make the federal government declare there's only 2 genders. That's been kept. Enforce the death penalty whenever possible. We just absolutely removed any and all restrictions on the death penalty. Withdraw the U.S. from the World Health Organization. Did you even read Project 2025? Because I'd be willing to bet you didn't. Withdraw from the Paris Climate Accords. Increase drilling in Alaska. Every single one of these has been put into an executive order this week. This is all literally Project 2025. And yes, it is another iteration of the Heritage Foundation's mandates that they've created since the 70s, except usually those mandates are like 9 pages, not 900 pages, SN. There's a difference. No, I posted that on Blue Sky, Male Rights USA. I didn't get that from Blue Sky. I posted that on Blue Sky. That's my post. I posted it there. But also, like, have you read Project 2025?
Tried to hire 88,000 new workers to go after you, and we're in the process of developing a plan to either terminate all of them.
This is also Project 2025.
Maybe we'll move them to the border.
Get rid of the IRS agents, which apparently now we're going to send the IRS agents to the border for some fucking reason. I can't fathom. Here, you want the document? Because I'll link it to you. Here, mandate for leadership. Also, like, you could go look at the many iterations of the mandate for leadership that have been covered on other streams. But here you go. That's the link for Project 2025. I genuinely, like, not even trying to be mean here, give it a read. Go read through some of the highlighted, like, titles. Go look at the chapter titles and pick one that you find interesting and read one of them and tell me that you can't see any of this already occurring. Each and every section, you can find something that is already being enacted. It's just been a week. And again, Project 2025 is only the first step anyway.
I think we're going to move them to the border.
This is so stupid. The Ukraine war is going, and I'm getting conflicting reports of whether or not we're going to continue funding Ukraine, which, like, I'm not going to comment on that until I know for sure, because I'm seeing reports that the money that has currently been allocated is going to make it there, but then we're going to cut funding, whereas I've also seen some reports that all that funding isn't going now, like it's already been cut off, whereas I'm seeing some reports that the funding will continue. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Now, I will say that Los Angeles has
Here's
changed
how they're
everything.
going to continue to steal from you, by the way. Oh, we're getting rid of FEMA.
Now, I will say that Los Angeles has changed everything because a lot of money's going to be necessary.
Oh, yeah,
for Los
absolutely.
Angeles.
This is all part of the plan.
And a lot of people on the other side want that to happen, and
North Carolina, too.
Fast. Well,
and yeah, we haven't given Ukraine any money, Male Rights USA. We give them old US military equipment that's about to be, like, decommissioned because we don't use it. And then we buy more. We give the defense contractors money. That's where the money's being spent. The money's not being spent on Ukraine. Ukraine gets our old shit, and then we buy new shit to replace the old shit that we gave to Ukraine so that we can bump the new shit that we bought last month down towards the bottom of the priority list. And once it gets close enough to the bottom of the list, then we send that to Ukraine and buy new shit. The money's going to the defense contractors, as always.
they don't care about North Carolina. The Democrats don't care about North Carolina. What they've done with FEMA is so bad. FEMA is a whole nother discussion because all it does is complicate everything.
Yeah, we sent all the money to Israel.
For the last 4 years. You know, I had FEMA working really well. We had hurricanes in Florida. We had Alabama, tornadoes. But
I don't have to, like, debunk everything he says, right? Because he kind of just lies with every word. Like, nothing he says is true.
Unless you have certain types of leadership, it's really...
If he says something true, I'll point it out.
And FEMA is going to be a whole big discussion very shortly because I'd rather see the states take care of their own problems. If they have a
the
tornado
states can't afford to.
Let that state.
That's the whole point of FEMA.
Very competent. I love Oklahoma. 77.
You know, like a real country, you pay taxes to the federal government, and you also pay taxes to the state government. And when the state government is unable to do a thing that is required, like disaster relief, the federal government steps in with the the money that you have paid into FEMA, the disaster relief agency of whatever country that you're in, assuming that they have one. And then that money gets spent to help. Like, this has never been how this works. It'll never be how this works. California can't afford to take care of itself. Motherfucker, no, like, America can't afford to take care of itself. You think that, like, we can afford the damage for wildfires that consistently, that commonly? We can't even afford to fund FEMA in a way that is, like, obviously we should continue to fund FEMA, but we can't afford to do it in a way that is consistently manageable going forward, because they're going to have increased costs every year. The climate disasters get worse every year, so the price tag gets worse every year. Either you pay more taxes and then we can afford to, I don't know, deal with natural disasters, or you don't pay more taxes and we already just don't fund FEMA because you were paying the taxes. And even under Joe Biden, when we were going to fund FEMA, Republicans voted to not fund FEMA. What are you talking about Soros for? Who the fuck cares about Soros? He has $7 billion. You guys, like, do you understand who was at Trump's inauguration in the front row? Who gives a shit about Soros? You have Musk, you have Zuckerberg, you have Elon, like, you have Altman Freed, you have Larry Ellison, not Jeff Bezos. I already said Bezos. Like, you have all of the billionaires. The guys that are on the Republican side, the 10 billionaires on that side, have more money than everybody else combined. It's like 8% of the entire GDP is in these 10 guys' hands. Like, you guys are genuinely mentally ill. You have been brainwashed into actual mental illness. By the way, here's any, I mean, this is not going to happen because Donald Trump is too old and he's going to die before then, but, like, I would be willing to bet money that he will die before he finishes this term. But here's your democracy.
For our social story, we asked you what topic you'd like us to
What do you mean the shadow president? You didn't get a desk in the West Wing because it's optically bad. They are the shadow presidents. All of them are. It's the billionaires. If you believe that stuff, like, you're not trying. Do some critical thinking. Think for yourself. Don't listen to me or anybody else tell you what to think. Look at the information that you're receiving from wherever you are, wherever you get your news from. Keep that. Look at that information. And then look at, I don't know, what I say, what people like Hassan says, what people on Twitter say, and compare and contrast it and do some thinking for yourself.
Dive into, and you chose between President Trump's executive order to declassify documents related to the JFK assassination, Martin Luther King Jr. assassination.
Oh, but not the Epstein one, eh? Not the Epstein documents, not the Epstein tapes. I, for one, have already covered that Jeffrey Epstein is on tape verbally saying that, he was Donald Trump's best friend for 10 years and discussing how they would go about cucking his best friends, for example, how Epstein would help Trump fuck his friends' wives. We've covered it before, but it seems like, I don't know, the Republicans aren't really interested in talking about Epstein.
Option, whether a third term for president is possible, and lastly, a breakdown of this weekend's NFL Conference Championship games.
Yeah, because we wanted the easier opponent to fight against, male rights. That's the thing that doesn't click for half of you people. No one on the left thought that Biden or Kamala, and when I mean left, I mean actually leftists. I don't mean like centrist liberals or Democrats, the progressives and onward to the left. Nobody thought Biden or Kamala Harris were going to be good, that they were going to do good things. They were just the easier opponent to fight against.
You chose.
They all work for Wall Street, you dipshit. That is what's... If you listened for 10 seconds to me talking, you would know that all of us fully are aware that the Dems all work for the billionaires too. It's just your side works for them in a way that is disgustingly transparent. That your side wants to press down on the gas pedal to the metal style, where we're just like, the Democrats are just cruising along towards oligarchy. That's the difference.
To amend the U.S. Constitution allow President Trump and other future presidents a third term in office.
Interesting question. During a rally in Las Vegas today, Trump jokingly mentioned serving a third term. This comes just days after House Republican is seeking to pave the way for the president to do just that.
I didn't make any stops along the way. It will be the greatest honor of my life to serve not once, but twice, or 3 times, or 4 times now.
Yeah, so 3 or 4 times he's going to be president, he's saying, you know? There's your democracy. No, but speaking of Wall Street, really quickly, I do have something very funny. This is the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal. Why MAGA folk should read Marx. Today's conservative populist will find sympathetic ideas about the failings of capitalism in the writings of the great communist philosopher. I did not have this on my bingo card. Not from the Wall Street Journal. I mean, yes, based, absolutely. I just like wow is right. This isn't even a left-leaning news agency. Like, it's the Wall Street Journal. But like, you know what? You want to know what a real person on the left is? One of the few Democrats who don't take any corporate money, for example.
Speaker, you may wonder why so many of our friends across the aisle who care so deeply about
one of the poorest sitting members of government.
Mr. Speaker, you may wonder why so many of our friends across the aisle who care so deeply about the rule of law happen to be so desperate to pass this bill. After they are...
It's literally MAGA that tried to assassinate Trump every time. MAGA is the establishment. You guys are, like, stupid. I'm going to stop arguing with you so we can listen to an actual Democrat who still believes in democracy. Ironically, you know, with the name Democrat, you would think they believe in democracy. Let's listen to one who does.
Mr. Speaker, you may wonder why so many of our friends across the aisle who care so deeply about the rule of law happen to be so desperate to pass this bill. After they are unleashing people who attacked police officers here on this Capitol into roaming our streets, who are publicly saying now they want to get a gun. Suddenly, these folks care about public safety? I don't think so.
One of, like, the 3 people elected to government that give a shit about you.
Look no further than the price tag of this bill, $83 billion. They know that it can't be paid for. They know that the capacity is not there.
Yeah, before the parties flipped, like, the Southern strategy kind of flipped out on its head, Lennon. You know, the Democrats were, of course, the pro-slavery party, and the Republicans were not, and then they switched sides.
And you know what will be there? Private prison companies are going to get flooded with money, who give this money, no doubt. I want folks at home to look. Look at what members of Congress are invested in private prison companies.
She's against government spending on private corporations, yeah.
Who receive this kind of money, and look at the votes on this bill. It is atrocious.
You're not being serious, are you, Lennon?
Are lining
like, I can pull up a
pockets
video if you need it, but I'm pretty sure that, like, even the right-wingers know this.
Profits in the name of a horrific tragedy and the victim of a crime. It is shameful. It is absolutely shameful.
Show me former KKK head David Duke voting for Democrat Kamala Harris, or shut the fuck up about their slavery. Okay, yeah. Exactly. Like, do you guys need... Okay, you're trolling. I was like, do you need me to bring up, like, the actual history of the Southern strategy and the flip? And I was like, I don't really want to go into that right now, because that's an entire side, you know, tangent.
Give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
The only real person in Congress who's actively out there in the trenches. Bernie Sanders is out there speaking, and he's right, but he's a bit too old to be in the trenches. She's all that's really left. I mean, we still have, like, Ilhan Omar, we still have people, like, part of the squad's main... What was the... So we got Jamal Bowman out. He lost. So who's left? Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and AOC are the 3 people left, and AOC is the loudest among them. Jasmine Crockett, too, is killing it. So Jasmine Crockett and AOC are the two loudest people. They're in the trenches. Whereas Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib are more conserved, but they're still some of the only ones who give a shit about you. And then what we have, Bernie Sanders. Five people in government that I can think of off the top of my head that actually, I don't know, care about your well-being.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. And we're going to keep standing with trans people. We're going to keep standing with the LGBT community. We're going to keep standing for the working class. We're going to keep fighting for a minimum wage. We're going to keep fighting to guarantee health care.
For Americans.
And they are just relying on us giving up. They're relying on us giving up. Hell no.
I've been saying this. All of this flood of news, all of the Nazis everywhere, all of the deportations, quote unquote, you know, because again, they're just getting sent to labor camps. All of this is to demoralize you all at once in the very beginning. They don't want resistance like they had last time. And even just the amount of resistance they had last time is not anywhere close to enough. The more that they can make you feel like you don't have a chance of making a change, of standing up for what's right, of protecting your community, the better their odds of success are.
Hell no. They can do what they want. You know, they do have power.
America's a racist country. Shut the fuck up about it.
They have the Senate and they have the House of Representatives. But we have our voice.
There's plenty of racist Dems and there's plenty of racist, like, Republicans, but Republicans are the party of Nazis, of the racist, of the racist movement in America. It is all Republican. Every Democrat who was racist left the party and started voting Republican. Like, it's not one-sided or the other, but like the outward hateful racists all just became Republicans. Now we just have the interpersonal racists that really just don't understand reality, and the people who are interpersonally not racist but don't understand systemic racism, but also don't really like to get into drama. That's who's left that's racist in the Democratic Party. All of the rest of the racists just moved over to the Republicans. Oh, and of course we have the people who are racist against Palestinians. We have the Islamophobes. Those are countrywide. Every party all over the country, every state, every city, every state legislature is just filled with Islamophobia because it is perfectly okay in America. There's nothing that will get you in trouble for Islamophobia. It was never not like this, really. The closest thing we got to an era of Islamophobia not being okay in America was probably between, like, right before ISIS started and right after we really eased off on Afghanistan. So, like, not even a couple years, all that much. Maybe at most, but really I would say no. I don't even think that, like, that's being generous. Real generous. I hope everyone is okay. I mean, yeah, again, like, stay safe, everybody.
This is the United States of America.
Why did we freeze?
This is the United States of America. And I don't care what Elon Musk is doing behind a presidential seal. In this country, we hate Nazis. Kind of like a foundational defining thing. Two of probably the most foundational defining things about American history is that we beat the Confederates and we beat the Nazis.
True.
And
also we beat the English. Don't forget to add beating the English into it.
What side people may be on today, but I still am not.
Hey, Male Rights USA, this you? This you? Thanks again, Hassan, for this one.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer. Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger.
Maybe I'm a concerned citizen who's afraid of foreign domination.
Der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazi.
Look, I will say the one thing that the fucking Confederate flag flying traitors are right about is the South will rise again, and it will. Someone said earlier we're heading closer and closer to another civil war, and I think that the right wing is going to start it. I think, obviously, I would prefer this not to happen, and I think that we should try everything we can to prevent it, but I fully expect the right wing to start another civil war. Drop in the link. There you go.
Keule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazi-Keule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In ihrer Welt sind ja alle...
Now, what I will say, to give male rights some credit there, because he said, you know, I started to question his commitment to America first with the H-1B shit. The #1 priority is always going to be money. Nazism is a secondary. That's the difference between us, like our right-wing movement in the United States and the Nazis from World War II Germany. They were Nazism first, capital second. Our Nazis are capital first, Nazis second. Tell me why you think the right wing will start it? Well, maybe because of the fact that the right wing does all of the violent terrorism. The right wing does all of the, I don't know, mass shootings. All of the, they're either just right wingers or just entirely insane. There's not been a left wing mass shooter. Name one that has happened in the last, I don't know, year. Give me 2 years. Name one that was left wing. And then on top of that, they have all of the guns and the militias, and Trump just took 1,500 violent terrorists out of prison and sent them to your communities, and then at the same time canceled the security detail of all of his political opponents, so...
Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich...
The Führer is probably a Nazi too, right?
Ja. Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Link me. What, the Nashville shooter was inspired by Hassan? No, you dipshit. The Nashville shooter was inspired by Candace Owens. Literally. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about. In it, he specifically name drops her in the manifesto. You literally have no idea what you're talking about. You could probably stand to watch a little bit less Fox News.
Ja, ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
Go look for some more cases. Cite me some evidence, please. I'm begging you.
Not rocking with anyone sympathetic to Nazis. And I will do that until I am 6 feet in the ground. Like, kind of foundational to me as a human being.
Me too.
And so, if you're cool and want to defend the Sig Heils and the Nazi salutes, all the, you know, whatever you want to do.
It was not Hassan. It was Candace Owens.
That's on you. I'm on the opposite side of that. I'm not with the Nazis. How about that? I mean, but it's very important for us to assert these things. This is...
I mean, that's kind of where we are. Now, again, just really quickly, I want to show you guys this one more time. I showed you this last stream, but I can't drill down how important this is because this isn't something that they're just working on. They are working on it, but this already exists to some extent. And I mean, this is just genuinely, this is 1984 shit.
The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. and it's unimpeachable. The cars have
unimpeachable.
cameras
That's an
on them,
interesting
right?
word to use there.
I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified. It's not people that are looking at those cameras, it's AI that's looking at the cameras.
Oh, Hassan, like, Hassan being on the list is literally just there, like, on the, I don't even think this guy would have watched Hassan, not even for like 10 seconds. I think he's just like name dropped on there as a way to balance it out at the end, because every other source is right-wing influencers. What is he saying about Hassan? Like, what did he say in that actual manifesto? Yeah, like, I didn't want to go into this, but fair enough. Sure, let's have a look at what he's talking about. The Black Nazi. Because remember, he is, you know, he was a black dude, and he was a Nazi. You know what? Fuck this. Why do I have to provide evidence? You provide me evidence that had anything to do with the left. I'm doing my own segment.
Oh, no, you can't do this.
Why? I need to stop, like, I need to stop being so nice to these, like, people who come in here and then ask me to provide evidence for their dipshit, like, claims with no evidence of their own that they can possibly provide.
That's going to be immediately.
Like, I was radicalized by Post Malone. Yeah, he knew he was going to die, and he just wanted a little bit of trolling in there. It's like the only thing the right wing does. It's what they do for fun.
Immediately, an alarm is going to go off. It's going to be, and we're going to have supervision.
Stop
In other words,
taking
every
these people
police
seriously.
officer is going to be supervised
By AI.
at all times.
By AI. It's what they do for fun and for profit, true.
And if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate authority.
Indie Crab, are you just hearing about black Nazis? Did you not hear about the guy who was running for the governor of North Carolina? He was posting on porn forums about how much he loved slavery and was a black Nazi.
It doesn't start with them kidnapping you.
Understand where we are right now. The place in time that we are. Now, this says the first signs of tyranny. We've passed the first signs a long time ago. This is the consolidation stage. And you know what? I'm not even going to this isn't even a comparison to Nazis. This is a comparison to the Russians.
It does not start with our exile.
They don't stuff the ballot boxes.
It starts with the government making hints.
I'm glad Indie Crab.
It starts with overcomplicated red tape.
With the law.
With retribution.
Fake narratives and financial attacks.
Democracy and rule of law is more fragile than Americans think.
Russia was banning writers, but I was thinking, like, I'm not writing books. Then it was banning teachers. And I thought, okay, I'm not a teacher. This is the big mistake. Because of course it came to me.
It's always your turn. No matter how far down the list you are, the line keeps moving and eventually it's your turn.
We should have noticed was in 2001 when NTV, the independent channel, was taken over.
Staff arriving for work were told their offices and
absolutely,
studios were off limits unless they signed an oath of loyalty to NTV's new managers.
I remember how frustrated and angry we were, and we even went to the protest rally. But then it was cold and we had so many other independent TV channels, so we just went home and forgot about that.
My uncle, who until recently was Prime Minister of Singapore, had this pattern of using police investigations and criminal prosecutions to dispose of or exile his opponents. There have been malicious prosecutions against two leaders of different opposition parties.
The Sandinista dictatorship in Nicaragua sees nonprofits as a threat, including mine. We are focused on
I did see this, Matty Holmes.
And that was unacceptable to the dictatorship.
We haven't gone into Russia for a little while because I hate talking about them. And I've been actually saving this for when we do a segment on them.
Hungary, the elimination of gender studies was the first step towards the restriction of academic freedom.
Trump is
when
a bit
it would
of a
be
Pol
too
Pot,
obvious to prosecute someone for being an enemy of the state. You have to make something else up.
They came after us with the excuse
The
that
Republicans
we
are getting CCP pilled right now.
had not submitted our financial reports. They didn't give us an opportunity to appeal.
I posted a
We're
private
getting
Facebook
communism,
comment to
but
my
bad.
friends only, and the Singapore government went
Or
after
rather,
me
the only
with a
way
criminal
that the only way that Americans could possibly fathom it, the bad kind.
prosecution.
Attorney General's Chambers has asked the High Court to fine Li Shengwu at least $15,000 if
The steps were gradual, and every one of them was unbelievable for me. Looking back, it had been obvious that the government had been going in this direction. The little speech here and the half a sentence there.
We have to revitalize our churches, our families, our universities.
I always thought, no way, they cannot cross.
Hold on, sorry. I know this is Orban, but that was just too funny for me to not watch again.
Churches, our families, our universities.
I always
Our
thought,
universities.
No way, they cannot cross that line until 2020, when the Hungarian government forced my university to leave the country.
Vladimir Putin, he always has this legal steps first.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed 2 controversial security bills into law.
And then he does what he wants.
Would designate certain journalists and bloggers as foreign agents.
He was testing the society. Would it be okay for them?
By the way, that foreign agent law is partially what the Tbilisi protests were sparked by, was that kind of law making its way to Georgia at the influence of Russia.
And then maybe one radio station,
via the
one
influence of
newspaper,
Russia.
one magazine.
Our nonprofit
I got like 3 hours of
was
sleep.
one of the
Bear with
first
me.
to be canceled by the Ortega regime. Right now, we're up to over 3,500 nonprofits.
My television channel was declared a foreign agent. I was declared a foreign agent.
I am blacklisted as an academic in Hungary. I could never get a job.
The regime was saying that I was a financier of terrorism. It would be best if I left the country immediately.
And I fled the country as soon as I could.
We're gonna see
its last
this
independent
kind of
TV
stuff
channel,
happen for
TV
us.
Rain. Those staffers remaining in the studio gather for a farewell at the end.
We left Russia.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President
Absolutely.
of the United States.
If you're used to living in a democratic society, you don't expect that a government could just go ahead and close a university.
I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics.
Right now, there is no independent media outlets in Russia, no freedom of speech.
ABC, they're the most dishonest, in my opinion, the most dishonest news organization.
My uncle had
The
taken
devil really
his
did go
own
down to
personal
Georgia.
lawyer
Yep.
and made that lawyer attorney general.
President-elect Trump's new pick for Attorney General, Pam Bondi.
She was also on Trump's legal team during his first impeachment trial.
I call my Attorney General. I say, listen, indict him. Well, he hasn't done anything wrong that we know of. I don't know. Indict him on income tax evasion. You'll figure it out.
I wish that I would have paid more attention to those flashes of authoritarianism. We ignored it because the economy was going really, really well.
I should have known. I'm a sociologist.
And I blame myself.
You want to think it's not happening because otherwise you might have to do something.
Oh, I found
Take
my
your
link on
finances out of the country.
Nashville
Try
shooter.
not to have a physical office space. They will seize all of your assets.
It is better to
fight.
Every person unlawfully jailed, unlawfully harmed is your business.
It's not that we ignored it, it's just that the establishment ignored it, and the vast majority of people did. That's the thing. We didn't ignore shit, but Americans kind of do, yeah. I mean, we're still ignoring it. Look at people like male rights, still pretending like none of this is happening.
Better to refuse
To them.
rather than to
you.
give in
To
and
us.
hope that somebody else will be the check and balance for you.
The thing is, a lot of people struggle to understand this kind of stuff until it happens to them personally. And really quickly, before we move on to the next segment, we're not done with the Nazis just yet, but this is from Sartre. This is classic. This is the truth then, this is the truth now. Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous and open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves. For it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit this. By giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and to disconcert. If you press them too closely, they'll just abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument is past. Honestly, the one thing incorrect about this is if you press them too closely, they honestly just say it now. They don't try and hide it. They just go mask off. In response to Elon making this tweet immediately following Benjamin Netanyahu coming out and saying Elon is not a Nazi. But, I mean, if anything is still concerning enough to you that you're not sure if Elon is a Nazi or not, well, let's have a look at him talking at a Nazi rally.
Hello?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Unfortunately, I can't hear you very well. So hopefully, wow. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well.
All they want to do, like all the broader right wants to do is laugh at triggered libs, and the Nazis use this as a way of getting people on their side to look past everything. Because I would argue a lot of MAGA does know that this shit's pretty damn obviously Nazi shit. But they just like triggering the libs, and they think that it's a game. They think that this is football. They think that their side is winning, and that's all that matters. That nothing really bad actually is going to happen. There are plenty. You know, there's plenty that want bad things to happen, but there's plenty that still think this is a game.
What I'm hearing from my side is I can't hear you.
You just
so
might.
Hopefully this is coming through. You know, please confirm that you can hear me okay? Yes. I don't know, raise your hand or something. Okay, all good?
Jesus Christ.
Yes, okay, great. Well, first of all, I wanted to really say that I'm very excited for the IFD, and
the IFD, yeah.
I think you are really the best hope for Germany. I think some things that something I think that is just very important is that people take pride in Germany and being German. This is very important. It's, you know.
Let me just stop right here really quickly, because this is something I want to address. People give me shit for saying this, but being proud of your country or your culture is pretty fucking stupid. Because pride should be reserved for, thank you to Ginger Fluff. Pride should be reserved for something that you do. If you haven't, like, you shouldn't be proud if you've not done anything. You have nothing to be proud about. What? The fact that you were born on this plot of land entirely by accident? What are you proud of? You can like your country. You can like the people in your country. You can be proud of the people in your country that are out there with you advocating for something. But to be proud of a culture, that doesn't make sense for me. Because you're not doing anything. The culture just exists and it changes. And when they say I'm proud of my culture, it's in an attempt to stop it from changing, which is just the death of the culture. If the culture does not grow and evolve and change, then it stagnates and it dies. Being proud of your culture is killing your culture. Culture is meant to grow and evolve. Culture is meant to adapt and change over time. Being proud of your culture is fucking stupid. You can like it. You can advocate for it. You can argue that it's good. But proud? That's a whole different thing.
It's okay to be proud to be German. This is a very important
No,
principle.
It's not.
And
it's not proud to be it's not okay to be proud to be American. Not unless you've been in the military, then you can be proud to be American. If you've been out there doing something to, for your country, you can take pride in that, and you can short form it by saying, I'm proud of being American, where you're really just saying I'm proud of the things that, like, the ideals that we hold dear to us. But, like, that's not what these people mean. They're not shorthanding it. They are proud of their culture. They're not proud of the things that people in their country have done. They're not proud of the good things that they do for others. They're not proud of anything of worth. It's okay to be proud to have legs, yeah.
German culture, German values, and not to lose that in some sort of multiculturalism
Exactly, leftist
that dilutes everything. You know, I think we want to have unique cultures in the world.
Wait, why the fuck did subtitles suddenly turn into Deutsch?
We don't want everything to be the same everywhere, where it's just one big sort of soup. You know, we want to have.
Oh, you know, kind of like the melting pot idea of America. I feel like maybe this illegal immigrant is anti-American.
Have something where it's.
I'm proud to be part of the anti-Trump resistance. Yeah, you're doing it. Soup like your brain, yeah. Soup like his brain, like Trump's brain, like the melting pot of cultures that created America. You know, the thing that you could be proud of, because that's not of the culture, it's of the act of advocating for the mix of culture, which resulted in the most powerful country on earth at this point in time. A guy from South Africa being against multiculturalism.
You go to different countries and you experience a different culture, and it is unique and special and good.
Except you don't think so. You don't believe that.
The German government takes actions to protect its citizens and make sure that it seeks the health and well-being of the German people.
Sure, it does. Yeah. No, it doesn't.
You know,
it does not.
The German people are sort of really an ancient nation, goes back thousands of years. You know, I was even
that. I mean, that's kind of most of Europe, buddy.
You know, you sort of read Julius Caesar's account of first encountering the German tribes in the Gaulic
That's
campaigns.
A good point, Sandre Clonkar.
Wow, very impressive. These are very
the reason that even happens, that like people from other countries don't integrate into the country that they immigrate to, especially in places like Germany, France, the UK, is because of the amount of anti-immigrant sentiment, the amount of racism, the amount of hatred and harassment. They don't feel safe integrating into the culture, bringing with them their culture. They become afraid, and so they form enclaves where they stick around other people that came from the same place that they did. And then they grow resentment over time. And this is what leads to an inability to integrate. And it also leads to more extremism. It's their own fault.
You know, I think
the Germans, the French, the English, it's their fault that they have the extremism problems.
People, you know, children should not
They
be
could fix it if they
guilty
tried.
of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great-grandparents, maybe even.
Yes, see, except we don't believe that you should be guilty for the sins of your parents or your great-grandparents. It's people like you who think you're just guilty because your great-grandparents came from a specific plot of land on the map.
You should be optimistic and excited about a future for Germany. And that's really my message, is be optimistic, excited, and preserve German culture and protect the German people. And
it's the same thing
you know,
everywhere, guys. It's the same ideology. It's the same talking
I think
points.
you want more self-determination for Germany and for the countries in Europe, and less from Brussels. That's my opinion. I think there's too much bureaucracy from Brussels, too much control from sort of global elites.
Yeah, like if this happened while you were alive, you know, if your parents were, let's say, vehemently in favor of apartheid, maybe you should kind of, I don't know, if you don't outwardly take the time to be against that, then maybe you are kind of like your parents. You know, if this is generations ago, that's a different story. But if your parents or your living grandparents are not only members of the group that did the oppressing, but are proud of it and continue to be so, I feel like it's your job to not do that and to openly say that, to openly take the time to, I don't know, try and correct your family members or fix their line of thinking, or at least try and undo that damage in some way by doing something good for these communities. You know, I feel like it's not an unreasonable denounce it publicly. It's not an unreasonable ask that if you grew up in a culture of oppressing another group of human beings, that when you're an adult, you should try and make good on what you had, like what you benefited from. Try and give back to those communities. Try and protect those communities. Try and advocate for those communities' safety, security, standard of living, well-being, you know? But they never talk about this. It's don't be ashamed of being white, as if anyone feels shame for being white. People might be shamed for being white, but that doesn't mean that white people are feeling shame overall for being white. Not at that level. Not at a level of whiteness isn't even real to begin with. Yes, I understand that. But talking to them in their terms, it's not the same. You feeling bad for slavery, while currently and actively there is still quite a lot of pro-slavery coming from your side, I feel like is not a bad thing. I feel like maybe you should feel bad for slavery. I feel bad for slavery and I had no part in it. I feel bad for the Armenian genocide, even though I wasn't alive during it, neither were my parents. I'm not even sure my, grandparents were, old enough to have any kind of a semblance of a memory. It's fucking stupid. I am hot and tired, Badcast. That's how I'm doing today. How are you?
And, when I've given talks at these sort of global government conferences, what I've said is there should be less global government. There should be more determination by individual countries.
700 million slaves today in Africa. That's in Africa. And again, those people who are the slavers are bad. And their children, if growing up in a society that still has slavery in it, should feel bad for the slavery and should, I don't know, talk about how their parents are doing bad shit and should try and fix that. And if they don't, then they're just as bad as their parents, either a slave by choice or by gun. I mean, I don't know who's a slave by choice, but
that the IFD does well, and that Alice Beadle is.
And we should talk about those bad guys. Every society and culture has done things in history that they would rather not talk about. Yeah, and you should talk about them at length, in detail, actually.
Just become chancellor, I think that would be very good for Germany.
Or raised to kill from childhood, that
it's
too.
Very important. I hope that German people unite and strongly support IFD.
Okay, so Nazis. Nazis at a Nazi rally. You want to see more Nazis at a Nazi rally? This one's in America. We had Nazi rallies in Australia, in Germany, and now we're looking at ones in America. There is no NWO. He is the NWO. Iachu. The right wing is the NWO. The Nazis are the NWO. Yeah, they're cowards and they cover their faces. Sure, they all do. This is straight up Charlottesville shit. Except, with the face coverings. No, because pride marches are something you can actually take pride in. It's taking pride in generations of fighting for, I don't know, the rights of queer people that is still going on, that we are all taking part in. You are doing something. It is a physical action that you can feel proud of. You have no, like, feeling proud about something that you're not doing anything for. Like, if you've not done anything, if you're just white, if you're German, if you're American, being proud of these things are stupid. I live minutes from there, attempted to go there and stream it live. Yeah, go do that. Please, go do that. Make sure to show your face as well, you know, just so everyone knows that it's you. Don't be a coward like these guys. You know, it's not like nothing's gonna happen to you. There's nobody that's there to stop you. At least just don't be a coward. Of course, they're wearing a mask because they're embarrassed and they don't want negative attention. They don't want their family members to cut them off. They don't want their family members to block them. They don't want their friends to be ashamed of them. Or they're a furry, or both. I like furries are an exception to that rule that Batgaz laid out.
Let's go, Brad. He's gone, bro.
These are the same people that would wear that refuse to wear masks during COVID. There is 100% chance that that is true. Make no mistake, this is a Nazi rally. I think you should start live tweeting your location, Inachu. You know, you can make friends. These guys can come meet up with you. Again, nothing's gonna happen to you. There's nobody that can stop you. At least we'll know, where to avoid. That's the thing, Don't even remotely take what I'm saying as a way of saying you should, like, dox this person. The left should not be taking action right now. We should just be organizing to keep as many people safe as we can, not fighting these idiots. They want us to fight them anyway. If you go fight them, then they'll start shooting us. Not right now.
They already told you to throw flags, right?
We gotta wait for them to start their civil war first. Again, go buy a gun, guys. Learn how to use it. Join the SRA. Go do some, I don't know, shooting at the range. Learn how to protect yourself. Take some self-defense, because when these guys come for you, you're going to want to know how to do it. And remember, 1,500 more of these assholes got released from prison. And also were given basically the green light to do whatever they want, because the same day, the security detail of all of the political enemies of the right was just disappeared. Yeah, Chu, I can't tell if you're retarded or you're just a troll. Probably both, honestly. But who cares? Who cares at this point? These are the people that that pretend that they're not Nazis because they're Christian, but they're just as bad. She should be marched before a tribunal and put on trial for her crimes against humanity, with the ultimate penalty to be hung if she's found guilty by her bedazzled scarf, Nuremberg style. This is to the bishop who begged for mercy on queer people and on immigrants. That's it. She should be hanged. First of all, hung is not the right word. It's hanged. And secondly, like Nuremberg style, really? You Nazis are coming out here talking about Nuremberg style. I feel like if we're gonna bring that back, that might not work the way that you think it will. I don't know. Just off the top of my head, I'm not sure it works that way. Yeah, I don't lump in the IRA with the KKK and the Nazis. The IRA was based. The IRA was like Palestinians. defending themselves by working with Hamas, because not at the beginning of the war either. I mean, like, the IRA is 7 months into the genocide, the couple Palestinians that pick up a gun and fight with the extremists. That's the IRA. There were splintered billions of groups because it was just like the original group was not the group going forward. It was, at that point, it was just people who were oppressed that started taking up arms because they were being attacked. There was a group that did something bad, yes, at the very start, and then the response that was given to them was far too harsh and over the top, to which other people who were not originally with the extremist group, who were harmed by the backlash, picked up weapons and started fighting back. It's almost like the idea of how it doesn't work to fight a war against insurgent groups. You just make more of them. You know, the lesson that we've been learning for a couple hundred years now. When insurgent groups do something, the best way to deal with them, even if it's a bad thing, even if it's atrocious, is not to start a military campaign, is not to oppress them even more through the law, financially, politically, militarily. It is to fix the issues that brought them to that point. And when we're talking about extremists in this sense, I mean extremist of an oppressed group. Thanks for the gifted subs. Thank you. I will accept that. I do. I am pretty good at debating. This is my my off day too. This is me with 3 hours of sleep when it's 93 degrees in this room. That's all I mean. Like, people go way too complex with that shit. It is the same thing every time. It's the same case. It's the same argument. We think that we can we think that we can fix this through suppressing it. And so we try to suppress it and we make it worse. The best way to deal with both kinds, by the way, both kinds of extremism, both the actual oppressed people that stand up for their rights, as well as the people who are just extremists because they hate a group of people, the best way to deal with both of those groups is to increase education, first of all. Not both sides, both types, is to increase education. That is a standard, and I mean education on both sides. That's the one part that's both sides, is you have to educate in that you need humanity to stop treating these people this way, the people causing the actual oppression that is then being backlashed onto them. Again, like in this case, it would be the English or the Israelis. We need higher education there. We also need just higher education in the oppressed areas because they're already not being funded. Their communities are being robbed. Their communities are being neglected. That is one of the millions of reasons that go into something like this. It is oppression. You reduce the oppression of these groups, and then they become less extreme. They integrate into the community. Again, going back to enclaves that form in places like Germany, in places like France, in places like the UK. Yeah, they were absolutely not completely innocent, but they were absolutely in the right, Maddie Holmes. That's my point. But again, how you deal with this is not how the British dealt with it. They dealt with it in a way that made it worse. The way that Israel dealt with, I don't even really want to say Palestinians who are fighting back, because it wasn't Palestinians who were fighting back. It was, some of them were, sure, but a lot of it was Qatari funded militants that came in and then instigated the militarization of group. And this happens over time, of course, and was also paid for by Israel. This is a very complex thing that happens every fucking time. It's the same thing in Iraq and Afghanistan. We funded the groups when they were good for us, and then when they were no longer good for us, and they realized how much we fucked them rather, they fight back. And then we come in and we start killing them, and then we make more of them, and then we're like, oh, well, you know, they hit us first, even though we funded them, we produced the material conditions that led to all of this, and then we pretend like it's entirely their fault. We pretend like we have no cause to, you know, we have no responsibility to bear. Inachu, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's like you're not even listening. The answer here is to not kill them when the extremist group does, you know, that you are oppressing, that you are keeping in open-air prisons, that you are stealing the money from, going back to the IRA, that you are oppressing politically, financially, as well as militarily, well, law enforcement to an extent, and then militarily. All of these are products of the same system, of us just not learning that if you want to fix extremism in your country, in a part of your country, in a territory, maybe you should make the lives of the people there better. And again, this does not fall into America now. The people who think that they are being oppressed in America are the oppressors. This is a matter of context and a matter of critical thinking. And I'm not going to try and explain why you're wrong to you, because that's a waste of my time, Inachu, because I already did this like 3 times already in this last 10 minutes, and you're just not listening. This is how asymmetrical warfare works. You incite the larger power to overreact in a way that serves you politically and makes them look like a violent monster. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. We just keep doing it over and over and over and over and over and over again. I just don't think that this just doesn't apply to white Christians in America. That's the only part I disagree with you on. White Christians in America are not oppressed. They are the establishment. They are the oppressor. That's the one difference that I have with you on this, specifically. Anyway, look. I want to get off this topic because I hate fucking talking about it. It is exhausting, it is annoying, and it is brain damaging. So let's talk about something we can all agree on. How the rich are fucking us. All of us. And that the real oppressed group in America is the working class, which I would assume includes you, Inachu, and me, and all of us. The idea of like the oppressed group being anything but the working class is the issue. The working class is the only like oppressed group in this country, in the United States of America, that is then broken down into smaller subgroups. All of the groups that are oppressed fit into the working class. So really it is the only group. Aaron Trump, if you're watching this and want to argue, want to drop a couple dono subs first? Yeah, please, I need an air conditioner. If you really care about the working class, then you'll donate so that, you know, we can work in the summer without heat. I'm kidding. You like, obviously, I'm not doing an ad for myself. But you know who I am gonna do an ad for is Donald Trump. Look at what he did. Look at what he did. He did this for you. This is for you. Due to supply shortages and availability will be limited in the coming weeks for eggs. Look how expensive eggs are. I feel like eggs have been going up and up and up. In New Jersey, they're about $13 right now. Our boy Gustavo putting in work. What is this? Colombian President Gustavo Petro blocks deportation flights carrying migrants from America. Based. I mean, the thing is, there are not going to be a lot of deportation flights. A lot of those aren't getting deported. The people getting deported now, as I talked about earlier, are people who are already on the wait list to be deported. And the people who are getting arrested now are just getting sent to labor camps. And yes, we're going to talk about the avian flu that's next, and I'm going to tie it into this, but it's not just about that, because there is aspects of this that fall into more than just the tariffs, but, sorry, not more than just the avian flu, but, and obviously the tariffs haven't even really paid off yet, but there is already a move of increasing prices by industry, knowing that the tariffs are coming. They don't care.
Today, from Washington, Donald Trump read a teleprompter speech to the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland. And I make the
Thank
point...
him for the gas prices going up, too. That one is definitely not avian flu. He was literally begging OPEC to raise production. By the way, that's the gas prices is a whole other thing. It's actually funny because the fossil fuel companies in the United States don't trust Donald Trump enough to start drilling. The drill, baby, drill, that ain't happening because they know that he's just going to sell out for Saudi oil. And so they're like, why would we increase production when this is going to result in us losing money? When the Saudis are just going to raise production when the time is right, or Donald Trump is going to keep relying on them, and that they're going to keep dropping production to raise the price, but then if we start producing, then they'll increase production and drop the price. We'll get into all of that in a second, but no, the way the rich get richer is not by buying products as low as they possibly can and selling them high. The way that the rich get richer is by having their money just duplicate in the stock market. Once you're rich, you don't have to do any work to make money anymore. Once you have like $50 million, your money just makes money by being money.
That are completely on point about the teleprompter, because it means that the things that Donald Trump said that are completely untrue were fully premeditated lies. It's one thing to misstate something when you're speaking extemporaneously. We've all done that. But to have staff type a lie into a teleprompter that you can then tell to listeners in Switzerland, all of whom know it's a lie, is the kind of
No, it would not, Schuffelpuffer, and I'll tell you why in a second. Because this has nothing to do with stock. This has nothing to do with tariffs, really. A lot of these increases in price are coming from a transfer of wealth that is in the process of happening. That was always the plan. But on top of this, there are outside factors affecting this, like avian flu, as we said with food, but also the immense deregulation of all industry. All of the laws that were protecting these industries are gone. Like protecting you from these industries, rather, are gone.
Choice that in the history of the American presidency has been made only by Donald Trump. He also made choices in that teleprompter speech that weren't lies, but were things that no other president would say, like this.
I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us.
The Federal Reserve Board sets interest rates in this country. Other countries set interest rates through similarly structured, independent financial arms of their governments. It has never been within the powers of the President of the United States to set interest rates. And because the Federal Reserve was created in 1913 as an independent...
Really quickly, just to give you a full understanding of where the government sits on the economy when it comes to you, this is Trump with Hannity.
A bunch of losers. Joe Biden has very bad
advisors. On the economy.
Somebody advised Joe Biden to give pardons to everybody but him. They wanted to take care of... Yeah, but Sean, they wanted to... I don't care.
Hannity's like, I want to talk about the economy. He's grumbling, he's groaning it like, I want to talk about the economy. I don't care. That's the answer.
He advised Joe Biden to give pardons to everybody but him. They wanted to take care of... Yeah, but Sean, they wanted to... I don't care.
They're yelling at me.
This is
over
more
there.
important because right now the economy is going to do great.
I want to know about
I'm
the
here,
economy.
so the economy. But you have to understand.
This is more important. Even Hannity, yeah, even fucking Hannity.
He had bad advisors on almost everything.
They
It's
don't
like
care.
In the old.
Because you know what? The economy is going to do great for the people that they do care about, which is him and his billionaire buddies. We can actually call him a billionaire now, considering he upped his wealth by several tens of billions of dollars. This is the more important thing that you all should hear, is me complain about Joe Biden. Yeah.
Days when the Secretary of State said he never made a correct decision on foreign
That's not
policy.
how money came about.
Biden
It was
got
not
very bad
invented
advice.
like that.
You've been through
a bunch.
Like commerce always was existed. Capital was what was invented for that reason. Fat Gaz, you're close. You're close. You're almost exactly right. You're just conflating capital with money. They're two different things. I'm waiting for the internal purges to happen. They're already happening. They've got rid of the entire FCC, the DHS. The EC rather. Parts of the DHS. They're firing people from every government agency. That was part of you mean internal purges in the wealthy, not in the government, in the bourgeois. Well, I mean, yeah, that also is happening through the consolidation of wealth. The internal purge of Trump's own inner circle. Yeah, that we'll get there. When the billionaires will like buy each other out. They're not going to fight each other. They're just going to buy each other out.
Body presidents have refrained from telling the Federal Reserve what to do with interest rates, even when they wish they could. But Donald Trump is trying to trample on the independence of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve Chair, Republican Jerome Powell, who was first appointed by Donald Trump and then reappointed by...
It'll give me a little tiny hint of joy if Elon gets toppled, even if we just have another like horrific billionaire take his place. Just because I want to see Elon fail. That'll be the one joy I can take from this.
Joe Biden to another 5-year term doesn't sound afraid of Donald Trump.
If he asked you to leave, would you go?
No.
Do you think that legally you're not required to leave?
No.
Do you believe the president has the power to fire or demote you, and has the Fed determined the legality of a president demoting at will any of the other governors with leadership positions?
Not permitted under the law.
That's the kind of attitude that you want in the people that are in government right now. None of them are like this. None of them believe this. None of them care. Because, you know why they don't care? Because this isn't new. This isn't new. This was, like, we were already headed down this road before the election. This is from, oh, sorry, copyrighted music for the first couple seconds of this. This video is from 3 months ago.
Box.
The opulence.
70 rooms, but that includes
Come on, stop with the goddamn copyrighted music.
Gold everywhere, vaulted, and
here it changed the country completely.
An emergence
Good morning,
then,
Corn
just
Cob.
as revolutionary as social media, e-commerce, and space exploration now.
Look at those figures that are up there, and those are life
Opulence.
size. Those
Excellent
are
one.
life size.
A home so big it has a name. The Breakers, vacation home to the powerful and
The
famous
fact
Vanderbilt
that
family.
these things, like these buildings exist and they're not museums, is a testament to the fact that we've already been headed down this road well before this election. And that's why you're not going to see much argument. It's not about Elon. It's not about Trump. It's about the capital class, the billionaire class. They're the only ones that they're the only ones that benefit from this administration. The sole purpose of this administration is to make 10 billionaires into trillionaires. That's it. That's the entire purpose. Nothing else matters. Everything else is secondary.
Family. ABC News getting a tour from Leslie Jones
Oh,
and
yes, of
Trudy
course.
Coates, historians for the Newport, Rhode
Maddie,
Island
of course.
estate. One of
These are the
several
survivors.
historic mansions here.
There aren't that many guest rooms. The way that this house is designed.
It's okay,
and the
we'll get
society
new
was
ones
designed,
soon.
You're in Newport, you should already know everybody else who's here.
This massive summer home, now a museum, a relic from the Gilded Age, a time in this country from the late 1870s to the turn of the century, during which a small group of powerful families like the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, the Astors, and the Carnegies
Good morning,
amassed
Shardsport.
extreme wealth And behind the luxury of the breakers, a staff of 40 servants.
Yeah, see, I think that no one should have a house like that because you don't need that. And no one works hard to get that much money, Batgaz. Nobody works hard to make $1 billion. You don't make that much money by working hard. You make that much money by stealing from others. That's it. That's it. That's the only way. There is not a single person who can, with hard work, acquire the money that would be required to live this kind of a lifestyle. You're born into it or you steal it. That's it. Those are the, like, there is not an example in history of somebody who worked hard and produced this wealth. It's always stolen or inherited. Billionaires cannot exist ethically.
All of this for the family to spend just 2 months of the year here.
This is one family where they live for 2 months out of the year. This could be a school. This could be a university. This could be a hospital. This could be, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. You know, we got a lot of homeless in this country. Maybe it could be low-cost housing, I feel like, you know? Public housing for the homeless people. That could be a better option than for a family to live here for 2 months out of the year.
Age of unprecedented wealth creation.
Oh, by the way, all of this grass is using like a fuckload of water to keep green.
Of amazing technological
these
innovation.
people are
like the
ghouls.
advent of
No one
electricity,
lives in a house like this and is a good person.
electric lights. We don't think of railroads as high tech, but they were high tech in those days.
Changed everything.
They could have been a good person before they stole everyone's wealth and acquired the wealth to live in a house like this. But yeah, you don't live in a house like this and as a good person.
Population is booming. America's rolling westward. So it's a great age of expansion, growth, optimism, dynamism.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Matty Holmes.
From
For
HBO's
sure.
series, The Gilded Age.
Okay,
the
more
age of achievement,
more
Mr. Russell.
fucking
An age
copyright
when-
stuff. Shut up with the copyright. It's
To
always
the
been this
2022
way.
Met Gala, red carpet's Gilded Age dress code. The era and its excess still carries influence. Historian Edward O'Donnell says as much as the Gilded Age is defined by its extravagance, it's also defined by feelings of uncertainty.
It's also defined by the not feelings of uncertainty driven by the working class. It's exploitation of the working class that drives this. That's it.
In class.
It's a time of unprecedented social turmoil.
Bruh,
From
send me some of
1880
that
to
Taco
1900,
Bell,
there are
please.
37,000 strikes.
I miss
And there's
it so
also
much.
great turmoil about immigration, about political corruption. There's no, if you don't like a particular politician,
Thank you, Shard Sport.
you can vote them out of office. But how do you vote?
The craftsmanship is amazing. That is undeniable. But the craftsmen are the working class. They don't get to live here, of course. They're doing this for others. And it's art, by the way. Again, this could be a museum. This would be a fine museum. Now, do I like museums necessarily? In some contexts, yes. And if this was a museum dedicated to, I don't know, the exploitation of the working class, then I would say, lovely, base. Why are you not eating Taco Bell? Because we don't have it in half of Australia. It doesn't exist in my state. I'd have to take a 7-hour drive to go to the closest Taco Bell. I'm an archaeologist, so I like museums. No, I like museums in some aspects of it, but I don't like museums in the aspects of, like, let's say, the Louvre, or the big museums that exist in major Western cities that are filled with things that were stolen from other countries. But I do like museums that, I don't know, have a lesson of something useful to teach other than look at all the fancy shit. There's a lot of fucking damage done in the past, yeah. You're Australian? Why do you sound like you're from the US? It's because I'm American and I live in Australia.
Vanderbilt or Carnegie or Rockefeller out of their position. You can't. They can shape politics, get tariff policy in their favor, get labor laws stymied. The Gilded Age is very much a time of sort of a tale of two kinds of America.
Yeah, it
One
does
where
check out,
things are
doesn't it?
going great, and at the same time, there's a lot that people saying we seem to be heading in a really dark direction.
Yeah, the only people who think it's going great are the people who are already wealthy. Man, it sucks. I can either have the fan on fast enough that I don't feel like I'm melting, but then my hair keeps falling into my face, or I can have it on like this and not have my hair bothering me as much. You know what the biggest bullshit argument against returning the Elgin Marvels is? No, what is the biggest bullshit argument? I'm sure it's we have to protect them from damage. It's like they're not even trying. It's crazy that we have to pay $69 million for paint, wood frames, and canvas. I mean, you shouldn't have to, you know, you shouldn't have to pay anything to live in a house. I just think that for that to be the reality, we need to not have people having houses like that. You know, I feel like maybe that's the real solution here. The damage is inherent to the removal, and you can literally see the pickaxes. Of course you can. Of course. We should spend that money on better fucking infrastructure or healthcare. To be fair, we did spend a lot of money on infrastructure. You're just not going to see the benefits of it until 2026, and then Donald Trump's going to take credit for it. Oh, for artwork. I mean, you shouldn't, like... what do you mean by, like, what you're talking about, like, historic artwork, I'm assuming. $69 million. You shouldn't own it. Why do you want to own historic artwork? That should be a public thing. That is for the... Yeah, okay, yeah, you agree. Yeah, that should, like, historic artwork, like, I don't know, the Mona Lisa, should be free and available for the public to look at without having to pay for it. And no one person should own it. I don't even really think that any one government should own things of, like, that level of historical significance. I feel like that could be spread around a bit, you know? It's not like we don't already move this shit. It should travel the world. Exactly, that's where I was going. It's not like it doesn't already. It's because sometimes these things need repairs or refurbishment, and sometimes they do travel the world just because of an event that they want to appear at. Kim Kardashian wore Marilyn Monroe's dress for, like, a thing. Like, she wore the dress. That was a historical artifact at this point. Marilyn Monroe's dress is a historical artifact. And the rich can just rent it and wear it? No, fuck that. It should travel the world. At the Met Gala, yeah. It should travel the world and be something that you can look at, but, like, I don't think you should have to pay for that. I think artwork from people like Picasso is unreplaceable and priceless, so I don't have an issue with their value. Well, I don't have an issue with their value. I just don't think you should have to pay for looking at it. Like, the value is in the artwork. There is no other, like, there doesn't need to be value that is paid. You don't need to pay money to view the artwork. The artwork should exist. And the state should, you know, or rather, humanity should fund their, I don't know, continued existence? I don't know, guys. Why, like, it's so stupid to think about in a manner of, I think we should own the art. Like, I think this country should own art that was made in this country 400 years ago, or even art that wasn't made in this country 400 years ago that we have.
Sound at all familiar? Unions battling big corporations?
At some point.
Well, I mean, the value also does come from there, Maddie Holmes, but there is some inherent value in that artwork. Just based on it being, not inherent rather, but, like, attributable value in that artwork over it being a icon of a historical time period in human existence, not even any particular, you know, existence. Yeah, but I suppose that's worth, not value. I'm conflating it now. That's the difference there. The artwork has worth. We're giving it value when it doesn't need to have value. Value should not be applied to it. It just has worth. And yes, I agree.
You have to say no. We're not going to take this anymore.
Concerns about
and
wealth
also
inequality.
Kim K.
Our economy has grown better and better for those at the very top.
Anxiety.
Says the one who is also taking money from those at the very top. And that's what I mean by, like, it's all, we've been headed down this road for a long time. It's not just that like Trump is ushering in the second Gilded Age. We've already kind of been in it. It's just they're making it much more overt, much clearer, and really just making sure that we jump that last hurdle into taking away all of your labor rights and making it so you have to fight for everything that you fought for in the 1800s and the early 1900s again. You know, like a 5-day work week, for example, or, you know, not having child labor be a thing, for example. Reagan opened the door officially. And from my perspective, from the moment that Citizens United became a thing, oligarchy was inevitable.
Over immigration.
I like immigration, but they've got to come in legally.
And fears the country is headed in the wrong direction. With the upcoming election further highlighting economic anxiety,
this was 3 months ago.
and with the U.S. seeing more billionaires than ever before, some historians believe we could be experiencing a second Gilded Age.
Or discriminate in the workplace,
policy and law
for hire.
in the 1980s, 90s that changed the game, that changed our tax structure, changed, almost eradicated regulation of Wall Street and so forth, and so that the rules have changed in the favor of the super wealthy.
And now all of those things will be happening again.
At wealth distribution in the U.S., the top 10% of households hold 62% of the country's wealth, compared to the 5.7 held by the bottom.
Guys, 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of the country. 3 guys have more money than 150 million Americans do. At least. That was a number from a month ago. That number's gone up by now.
50%. The combined net worths of just the top 5 richest Americans on the Forbes list reaching $840
Copyright is not a good thing, Batgaz. Copyright is a bad thing.
billion. That extreme wealth showing once again in
We
mega
should, Shard
mansions
Spark.
like this $250 million estate.
I'm sorry, if you live in this house right now in this, like in our modern context, you should be in the hole. Like God should pick you up and your house and toss you into the hole. That should be what's done with you. And then all of your money should be redistributed. Obviously not by a person. This should be the gods come down. I read somewhere that companies are ditching their DEI programs, not mostly, but because of craven ideology shifts, but it's even more because Trump outlawed DEI from all government contracts. Yep, there is one based company who's not, though. Can you guess which one it is? It's Costco. It's the only one fighting to keep the DEI in progress. Reverend Al Sharpton and 100 supporters marched through Costco for a buy-in to support the company's DEI commitment. It's not very socialist of you, you know. Putting me up on a pedestal above the rest of you, it's not very socialist of you, Shard Spark. Because that's bad for, like, society, Batgaz. That's why. If you invented something and started making money off of it, why should someone be able to come along and copy it? Because not being able to do that is bad for society. You don't, like... You're not inventing something. Copyright isn't trademarking something. Copyright is media. If I want to play, let's say, a video that has a copyrighted song in the beginning of it, and I'm doing so for, I don't know, something like this, that then is something that is a barrier for me. That shouldn't exist. It doesn't produce anything good. That copyright exists only to increase your wealth, nobody else's. For example, I create videos. I create content on the internet, yes? And technically, I get the option whether it is it falls under some form of copyright or not. Whether it is Creative Commons or whether it has the standard YouTube license on it. All of my videos are Creative Commons. None of them are copyright. All of you could take clips of my videos, cut them into TikToks or shorts on YouTube or whatever the hell you want, and make money off of them. and not pay me any of that money. And I'm perfectly okay with that. In fact, I encourage you to do that. And I think that that is the correct way to behave. That is better for society, and that better for society comes at the expense of better for me individually. And I think that that is, I don't know, morally correct. And so copyright is morally and ethically wrong in most cases, and it is harmful in most cases. I'm sure that there is one or two exceptions somebody can think of that I can say, well, like, okay, well, you shouldn't just be able to do that and pass it off as something else. If you're lying, if you're being deceitful in order to make money, then that's different. Again, medicine doesn't fall under copyright. That falls under trademarks anyway. But like, yeah, like that's a classic example. Food purity. There you go. Speaking of artwork, can I share some metallurgy pictures? Yeah, go for it. It's all IP. It's intellectual property. Exactly. If it's beneficial for the community, then it's okay. If it's beneficial for the individual at the expense of the community, then it's not. It's kind of that simple. So yeah, that's the people protecting DEI. The last ones left. Costco successfully defends its diversity policies as other U.S. companies scale back theirs. According to preliminary results shared by Costco executives at its annual meeting on Thursday, more than 98% of shares voted against getting rid of DEI. Oh, you guys don't have the Discord. Well, here, let's throw the link in there. Please join the Discord, because A, you'll receive updates from me, but also we have a really wonderful community growing in there. Surprising even me at how fast that community is, like how fast the Discord and the community as a whole is growing. It makes me feel a bit proud going back to things that we're doing.
And super yachts sailing around the world sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, including this one, the world's largest sailboat owned by Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos.
This is a level of inequality that is unsustainable, that's bad for our economy, and that's bad for everyone.
Janelle Jones is Vice President of Policy and
that's
Advocacy
really cool,
at the Washington Center for
in a bit.
Equitable Growth, and was the first black woman to serve as chief economist at the U.S. Department of Labor.
Over the past 45 years, CEOs have made over 1,000 times more than a typical worker. For the typical worker, the pay has only increased 24%. Last year,
again, I don't think a lot of people understand the distinction of how much of a difference there is between 1 million and 1 billion. Like 1 million seconds is, I think, what, 11 days? 1 billion seconds is 30 years.
CEOs made more than 300 times the typical worker.
Jones also previously worked as chief economist and policy director at Service.
Corncob, that's the thing. Crap games coming out, that already happens. In fact, this already happens even with copyright law. How many clones of Pokemon do you get ads for on like a free game that you're playing on your phone? How many, like, we have constant shitty sequels. In fact, the copyright restrictions are some of the reasons why the crap games are crap. Without the copyright, they would be able to use the assets that exist and create something better. And if people don't want to play it, then they don't play it. Who cares? It's not exploiting people's good work. The thing that was created that is the original still exists. If it's crap, then people don't use it. Shitty clones don't have the same name and are much easier to distinguish. Okay, That's fair. I understand that. But also, could you think about how many excellent fan-made projects could exist that would definitely outnumber, shitty clones in popularity and player numbers if these laws didn't exist? How about corporations that make video games, like good game series that exist, and then they make a shitty sequel, and then a fan-made project wants to make a better fan-made version of it, and then they can't. Let's say like a Pokemon ROM, where Nintendo will just shut that shit down like that. This works both ways. 1 million or 1 billion either ways, I will never have either, and that's the issue, Batgaz, is they do at your expense.
Employees International Union, made up of 2 million members of industries like healthcare and the public sector. She sees the current strikes as a sign of building frustration.
I think what we saw during the COVID recession really opened workers' eyes. We saw that workers were, I think workers felt like they were expendable, but knowing that you were going to work when there is a deadly disease killing your coworkers.
Yeah, being told that you are an essential worker and then being treated like shit, not really getting a pay rise or really anything for the sacrifice that you made. Because remember, at least in America, thousands of essential workers died. Thousands of healthcare workers died.
It reinforces being expendable in a new way.
Although many question the effectiveness of unions, Jones believes it's one sure path toward creating better economic mobility.
The only people who say that unions aren't good are the people who don't want unions, because the unions are the reason that their profits aren't going up as fast as they want them to be, even though they are still going up. Just like with the firefighter prisoners that can't be firefighters after. Exactly.
In occupations and industries where unions are strong, we see that wage workers are earning more money, they have more access to benefits. We also see that inequality is less in these occupations and industries. It's less between men and women.
I called it doom lighting oxpecker. I have no air conditioning. It's hot as shit over here. And even though it's 4:30 in the morning, it's still like 90 degrees in this room.
It's less between races.
It's amazing who, depending
Unions
on who you ask,
are the only things
spectrum,
that fight for you in the
labor
workplace.
Is a bad word.
Yeah, I mean, labor unions have been demonized for a long, long time. By the 1980s, certainly a lot of Americans, without knowing why, were just like, yeah, unions are bad.
Right.
I can't say why they're
there's
bad,
no
but I just
AC.
know they're bad or they're not good.
My AC's broken. I have to wait for it to get fixed. And I don't know when that'll be, because I can't do it myself. That's like my landlord's job, so I gotta wait for them to fix it.
Donald says many of those thoughts were spread by big businesses in an effort to stop new unions from forming. But he says now opinions are shifting.
Why do you think we're
However,
streaming
there
at this
are
time of the day again? It's not just because I felt like it. We're probably gonna have to make stream this time for at least a week or two, is what I assume how long it'll take for me to get air conditioning again. Honestly, I would take that over how cold it's been here. See, but that's at night, corn cob, because during the day it's like triple digits pretty regularly, and I don't know, like I also would take being too hot over too cold. It's easier to be too hot than it is to be too cold, because being cold, literally, like, you're shivering, that expends more energy, but also it's really fucking hard to sleep when it's triple digits with the sun out.
still deep criticisms about unions and their effectiveness, as some negotiations fail to lead to big pay gains or workplace changes.
Oh, you're back.
And newly formed
Yay.
unions struggle to even get corporations to the bargaining table.
How did we get out of
that
the
emote
Gilded
suits
Age
you,
and what came
red
after?
dye.
The reforms really start coming in the early 20th century, where there's a growing consensus that we need to somehow put up some guardrails, some rules about how Wall Street...
Except, you know, the existence of everyone having air conditioning would make climate change worse. The Elon one, that's the one I mean.
Rates about how trusts and corporations operate, about how workers are treated. So in the early 20th century, you see the first forms of labor law, which is, establishing shorter hours, eventually to 8
Also,
hours.
in the cold, I don't have to worry about my my PC dying from overheating because it's been running 100% fan heat. It's actually stayed pretty consistent with the temperature, though. I've been keeping an eye on this in case I need to end stream early. But it seems like we're doing fine.
Hour day, establishing workers' compensation.
Jones believes the path to more wealth equality in this current age will require something similar: federal policy.
After the COVID pandemic and the recession, we started to see the way that policy
And we're not getting
made
anything
sure
like that.
There's a floor for everyone. We
There's
started
no
to
federal
see the way
policy
that it
coming
can
in for you.
raise living standards for everyone. The economy is not some, force that rises above us. It's not something that dictates what we can do. The economy is for us. We make the rules, we set the parameters, and we know that we can change those rules if we needed to.
Today, the Breakers stands as a very...
All right. Now, of course we're not so different. We're human, aren't we? I mean, I'm a person, but I'll put a collection in the Discord before next stream. Thank you, Shardspork. I'm really curious to see. Now, we're just gonna pivot slightly. We're still on the rich are going to fuck you, but let's do this in a slightly different way. Let's talk about... Oh, actually, sorry, there was one more that I wanted to get to before we actually jump segments.
My lead source tonight is the independent senator from Vermont, Senator Bernie Sanders. And it's great to have you here, Senator Sanders. You were there at the inauguration speech yesterday. Out of the first 24 hours of the Trump presidency, has anything surprised you?
No. I think in terms of the speech, I suppose if you're a Trump supporter, you thought it was good. If you're a Trump opponent,
Drop
as I
them,
am,
Bernie
you did not
emotes.
think it was good. But I think the main point that kind of you inferred to that
He did the thing, the finger wag.
Ago. We're going to see a whole lot of stuff. Every single day you're going to see all kinds of stuff. But it is terribly important, in my view, for the American people to stay focused on the most important issues facing our country. All right, for example, very few people deny that our healthcare system is broken, it is dysfunctional, and it is outrageous.
No, we're worthy, Batgaz. Again, that's the capitalism talking.
Expensive.
We're all very much worthy.
Did the president, in his inaugural speech, say one word about the healthcare crisis? In America today,
of course not.
We have a major housing crisis. Not just 800,000 people who are homeless, millions of people
Damn
paying 50, 60%
Thank you.
limited
Big
income
W.
in housing, on housing. Did the president say one word about the housing crisis? We have
No, again, by the way, we already know that it would literally cost us less money to give them free housing, but it wouldn't make them suffer,
Of income and wealth inequality, the gap between the very rich and everybody else.
It would make
never
us
been
money.
wider. But sitting behind the president, as you know, were the three wealthiest people in America, worth together over $1 trillion. Did the president say one word about income and wealth inequality? Obviously not. Those are his supporters.
What was it like for you to see those people, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, all sitting behind
I love you, Shardspork.
Trump yesterday, and not just behind him, but sitting next to his cabinet?
I'd say I love you all, but there's some people in here that are that haven't really grown on me yet, or haven't learned enough to grow on me just yet.
Well, Caitlin, as you may know, I have been talking about my fears as to how the United States is moving rapidly toward an oligarchic form of society. And anybody who...
Lots of MAGA love Bernie, leftist Leo. Might be. But yeah, these are the people who own this country. Well, minus you, but...
was in the room or on TV. And so...
that's because you are weak. Women in suits are hot as fuck. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Women in suits are... Mwah, chef's kiss, A+. Now, you don't have to try harder. I'm just saying, that's the capitalism talking. I'm pointing it out to you to help you.
So the president of the United States, surrounded by the 3 wealthiest people in this country, one of whom made hundreds of millions of dollars
Of course the
in
lobbyists
campaign
won't allow it.
contributions to him, at the same time when we have more concentration of ownership than we have ever had. The conclusion I hope that most people reach is that we are moving toward an oligarchy. We've got to fight back. We've got to protect our democracy. We need an economy that works for all, not just the people on top.
What would you say to Trump supporters or people
Saying
who
it
saw
for a
Elon Musk
decade
and them
now.
sitting there and thought, that's cool. These are people who have done a lot for the United States or an innovation, and said, actually, it's not such a bad thing that people should be criticizing. What would you say to that?
You know, we will see how it plays out. But I think, you know, Trump...
You're allowed to like
campaigned
whatever. Absolutely. I don't think that, like, you're not allowed to think that women in suits aren't hot. I just think that it's weak. Like, I don't know how you could... I don't know how you could not find that hot. And I don't know. I think it's weak. Why can't gay people like whatever? Yeah, that's a good question to ask. Not to say that, like, Red Dye hasn't said anything against gay people just yet, but they are, you know, you are supportive of the people who don't want you to love whoever, you know, or like whatever, or be attracted to whatever. Doesn't matter. The GOP saying that, like, Trump can have a third term. We watched it earlier. Trump's like, I could have a third or a fourth. He's not going to. Obviously, simply Steve. Like, this guy is, he's ancient. He's gonna be worse than Joe Biden by the end of his term, if he lasts that long.
President saying, I'm going to be a candidate of the working class of this country, right?
Now, that's
Well,
the
we
right
will
answer,
see
bad
if he
guys.
addresses the healthcare crisis. We will see if he, in fact, is prepared to take on Big Pharma and lower the cost of prescription drugs. And certainly on
Which
issues
he's
like
not,
raising...
considering he literally undid the reduction in the cost of prescription drugs that came into effect under Biden. Medicine is now more expensive than it was prior, just because Donald Trump wanted it to be, because he has a grudge against Joe Biden. Now, it already would have gotten there because the powers that be, the actual owners of this country, would have wanted that anyway. But that happened on day one, act one, because of a grudge.
The minimum wage to
I
a
would
living
agree,
wage, he's
Comrade
not going to
Lennon.
be anywhere near where we have to be. In terms of housing, he's not going to do what has to be done. And the one thing he did say in terms of major issues facing our country is, in a sense, he talked about climate change. He said, drill, baby, drill. So at a time when we have had the 10 warmest years on record, last 10 years, when we have seen natural disasters in Los Angeles right now all over the world, what he says, hey, I'm going to make a horrific situation even worse.
Nah,
drilling for more
Bernie's
oil,
better than
more
you.
carbon emissions.
Sorry.
So bottom line here is, I think as Americans, we've got to appreciate what's going on in the country.
You got to earn that level of appreciation if you go into politics.
Toward
But do
oligarchy.
it. Please do.
60%
All of you
Americans live
should.
paycheck to paycheck, millions work
Assuming
for
that
starvation
we
wages.
live.
We need a government that works for all, not just for Elon Musk. We will see what happens.
Well, Elon Musk, he was not just there.
You know what? Oxpecker, I agree with you. The one woman in a suit that I didn't find attractive was that one at the inauguration.
Inauguration, and obviously is playing a pretty big role in this administration. I saw him going into the West Wing yesterday. He's getting office space on the White House grounds.
I'm not saying
voted
you're a capitalist. I'm saying that's the capitalism that's intertwined in your mindset because you were raised and grew up and continue to live under capitalism.
against that law forcing TikTok to sell from its parent company, ByteDance. You didn't believe it was the right way to handle that. But when Trump says he would be okay if Elon Musk tried to buy TikTok.
Well, I mean, this is what oligarchy is about. You have Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. Mr. Musk already owns Twitter. You have other billionaires owning the major media outlets in this country. CNN, other if you look at who owns them, you're looking at large Wall Street firms. So you already have a major, serious problem in terms of ownership of the media.
Yeah.
If Musk ends up owning
There's
TikTok,
a pretty good chance
it'll only make a bad situation much worse.
There's a pretty good chance in a couple months that all of the left-wing channels are just going to start getting forcibly shut down, because why wouldn't they do this? They own all of the media, and the left or the people who don't want them to have power the left are the ones who want to, I don't know, disrupt the oligarchy. So why would they not take out all of the left-wing media? I mean, they've already kind of started. Look at TikTok. TikTok is now available in the US again. You can't download the app, but you can use it. But if you say Free Palestine, sorry, your comment was removed. You say Luigi, Free Luigi, sorry, your comment was removed.
What did you, and maybe you didn't notice this, we have a picture of it, but there was at one point where Shou Chew, the CEO of TikTok, who has ingratiated himself with Trump's circle, was seated next to Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's pick to be the director of national intelligence, who might get confirmed by the body you're in, we'll see. Do you, I mean, what do you, just to see them sitting together at an event like this, does that bother you?
No, I mean, I don't know how they make
Also,
their seating
yes,
arrangements. I
Sharpsburg
don't
women's are
think
hot in
that's all
general.
that important. What is important is that you have a small number of very wealthy people who own the media, who in recent months have kind of caved in to Trump. You're having Trump suing various media outlets, and it's going to result, I think, in a fear of the media standing up to Trump.
It already has, obviously, and Bernie does know this, but he has to toe the line a little bit considering he wants to stay in government.
Worrying about being sued, worried about other problems. But bottom line is that the First Amendment is enormously important. We need media who are fearless in speaking out on the issues of the day, and you're not going to have that when you have a small number of very wealthy people controlling what we see here and read.
On Tulsi Gabbard, have you met with her as she's vying to get Senate confirmation?
Not yet.
Do you know how you plan to vote on her?
I just stretched, but...
I mean, I look forward to
I won't
sitting
say
down
no.
and chatting with her.
But you could potentially see yourself voting for Tulsi Gabbard.
I look forward to sitting down and chatting with her.
I just was asking because you defended her before. She introduced you actually when you were nominated at the convention. You have defended her when some of your colleagues were called, or not your colleagues, but some Democrats were calling her a Russian asset in years prior.
He is she is a Russian asset. We watch Russian media glazing her.
Still that those allegations are unfounded?
Look, I think when she ended up supporting me back in
of course, because
2016,
that's her boss.
She got a lot of heat for that.
But this is all right for
I think her
our
visit
modern
to
CNN.
Syria to meet with Assad, well, Donald Trump did the right thing. Every once in a while he does. He met with the leader of North Korea. The idea that you should not sit down.
Tulsi Gabbard is. And so is what is it, John Ratcliffe, who is the CIA director, and so is Kash Patel, who's the FBI director.
With your adversaries, whether it is...
Now, you know what? I'm willing to go out and say I do kind of agree with Bernie that at least forming a dialogue with North Korea probably wouldn't have been a bad thing. It was just bad because Trump did it. If there was an attempt at a meeting and a conversation, in general, in a vacuum, no, I wouldn't have been against that. It was just the matter of Donald Trump loves dictators and likes glazing dictators. Him going over to North Korea and meeting with Kim was not good in any way, but a good leader could have. Did you watch Bernie go on Hassan's stream? I think we did. I think we covered that. Pretty sure.
Iran, whether it's China, whether it's North Korea, whether it's Syria, whatever it may be.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think that's a valid criticism.
The Washington Post.
Like if Bernie was president in the better timeline and then went and met with Kim, that's a whole different story. It's context. It's not a black and white.
Report tonight on that even her staff then had questions though about what it was that they talked about for so long. It was a meeting that went for an extended period of time. Would you ask her about that when you do meet with her about this job?
We'll see. I mean, yeah, I would like to know what her views are on various issues, sure.
Okay, so keep us updated on that. But I do want to ask you about what we saw.
That's the face of someone who says, I fucking hate all of this, and I can't say my real thoughts on this network, or I will not be invited back.
First 24 hours, you talked about focusing on what's important and what has impact. The January 6th pardons.
That's because he actually isn't allergic
We're
to
going to talk to an
power.
officer who was beaten that day. When you see that he pardons virtually everybody who is convicted or has a case, what does that say about the rule of law to you?
Well, you're right. It says a lot. It especially says a lot given the fact that Trump
It's not like Kim Jong Un is some kind of vampire. You can talk to him. I love that. I love that framing because it is framed in a way that indicates that it would not be okay to talk to him if he was a vampire, and I kind of do love that.
Claims to be a great supporter of the police in America, great believer in law and order. He loves the cops. Well, 140 police officers were injured.
Her now,
a few died
Schwarzspark. She has some integrity.
because they defended members of Congress and they defended
that integrity will get her run out of the country, but
democracy in America against an
even the
insurrection.
tiniest
These
little
guys
sliver
are
of
heroes. And to tell the entire world that we're going to pardon people who attacked and hurt police officers is telling, I think, the world that violence is okay, and it's okay to attack police officers when you have a mind to do so.
It's not even about just that. It's also that this happened to coincide with also the removal of the security detail of all of the political opponents of Donald Trump. I wonder if maybe there is a permission slip being granted here.
I think that is a horrible message, and I strongly disagree with his pardoning of those insurrectionists.
One thing that he's been using tonight to defend it were President Biden's preemptive pardons. And I know you had come out and said he should seriously consider them for the January 6th committee. He not only pardoned the committee and the officers who testified before them, he also pardoned his brothers and his sister and their spouses.
Caitlin,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
In my view, you can argue whether Biden did the right thing or the wrong thing.
And what do you think?
Well, what I think is that he was worried that, given all of Trump's rhetoric, that Trump was going to go after his family and close associates.
What Bernie thinks is that he doesn't care about Biden pardoning his family members. Who gives a shit? There are more important things to be discussing than this.
All right, that's a concern. But don't equate the two.
And you know what?
I don't know that anybody in Trump's family tried to overthrow the United States government. And
I like that her hair does like a little swish and is it remains in the way that it is. Her hair's consistent. Now, of course, that goes with like a makeup team and a significant amount of hairspray. Had to find one nice thing, huh? Yeah, I had to find one.
And attack police officers. What Trump did is say to the world, pardon me?
Anyone
in the Biden family, I'm sorry. What Trump is saying to the world is that it is okay for you to attack police officers when you have
and also my political opponents.
That is an outrageous message to.
That's true, leftist Leo.
You think you can't
hence why the compliment that I gave her was a physical appearance one, not of a, ideological variety. What's up, Headless Chicken? Good to see you. Good morning. Good for Hunter. Why should you care? Biden wants to see his son's face before he dies. Yeah, everything that the right pretends that Hunter Biden is, Matt Gaetz is times 1,000. Who gives a shit?
Wait them because they're pointing to Biden pardoning the
That's what they're saying. I do. I saw that.
Two FBI
Look,
agents.
that's a good excuse, but nothing. You could argue, did Biden do the right thing? Did he do the wrong thing? Fine. It has nothing to do with what Trump did today.
On just what Trump has done overall, one thing he did was pull the United States he's seeking to pull the United States out of the World Health Organization.
Great.
We all lived through a pandemic a few years ago. Do you think that could backfire?
Hey, look, it's almost like a perfect segue into the next segment.
Well, if you believe in health, yeah. If you
hold on, I have to hear that one more time.
Well,
lived through a pandemic a few years ago. Do you think that could backfire?
Well, if you believe in health, yeah. If you believe that it's important for the world to come together to address future pandemics.
I love Bernie Sanders. Do you think that it might have an impact for us to pull out of the World Health Organization if you believe in health?
Yeah. If you think it's important for scientists around the world to cooperate in figuring out how we create a more healthy planet, and if you want to protect the poorest people in the world, I think it's a major mistake. Look, I think it's outrageous. And I think, especially not only with pandemics, but with climate change, we've got to bring the world together to fight our common enemies. I was chairman
God
of the Health
damn
Committee.
these dumb
We had all
questions.
the
Look, they got through some good stuff in the beginning, right? All right, let me go and get some more water really quickly, and then we'll jump on to the next segment. I just need to fill this up. I love the way that Bernie says outrageous. True. All right, so got an hour and a half until sunrise. Let's see if we can finish this off before then. Gotta love Bernie's ability to deflect aboutisms, or whataboutisms, and get straight down to a very simplified yet very powerful point. This is why Republicans like Bernie, is because he does that regularly. He doesn't fuck around. He just always simplifies down to his main point and sticks on topic, which is kind of, you know, what you should be doing. Mr. Sanders banning the overuse of oxygen and limiting breathing, do you think that might have an impact? Yeah. Basically that kind of questions, or what you can expect directed at Bernie from pretty much this point forward, forever. At least for forever by Bernie's account. Now, real quick, let's talk about the food industry. Just touching on this. It's not like, you know, it's not like the food industry is in any way connected broadly to health concerns that we have right now. I can't imagine.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jones, did you want to add anything to that? Or?
No, thank you.
Yep, we're getting there.
Thank you
Don't
again,
worry, Lennon. That's the...
Dr. Califf.
I kind of regret saying I wish for another one now. In this case, just definitely pay attention in this particular segment and do what at least the public health agencies that exist outside of the United States tell you to do. And you'll maybe...
I agree with much of what you said in your testimony.
Get through it.
I
This
agree
one's
with
going to
much
be
of what
worse.
Senator Cassidy said. But the problem is that the issue we're talking about today is not a new issue, is it? 2010, the National Academy of Medicine recommended that the food and beverage industry be required to put nutritional labels that the American people could easily understand on the front of their packages. According to the CDC,
Yep,
the
Colleen
rate of
Norva, it's
childhood
very
obesity
hot.
in America has tripled
And I don't have air conditioning
since
right
the
now,
1970s.
so less lighting.
And from where I'm standing here, the FDA has not responded in any way with the urgency of the crisis. How long does it take to
All right,
put
one
a
second,
bloody
sorry.
label?
I have a goddamn, like, cuticle pissing me off, and I'm not going to be able to focus until I cut it. God, that is so much better. So much better. Sorry.
On a product. And by the way, we'll talk about that in a moment. I don't know if you're going to be telling us, after years and years of research and focus groups, what that label will look like. But the bottom line here is, I would like you to tell me why, when countries around the rest of the world with fewer resources than we do are able to put labels on their product warning parents about the dangers of those products to their kids, how come the most powerful and wealthiest nation in the world is unable to do that?
It's because we're not unable.
Dr. Califf?
With your permission, I'm leaving soon.
I heard that.
Not for this meeting, but from my job.
I was going to say, I can't hear that.
I'm going to provide editorial comments, and Mr. Jones can provide you a lot of facts. You asked, how long does it take? Let's talk about tobacco. We were instructed to do that many years ago. We have lost in court on that issue, and we're finally winning now, it looks like. But the point I want to make is
That
what
was basically
sounds
the
simple,
argument, yeah, Comrade Leonard.
given the current state of judicial affairs, First Amendment rights, the fact that corporations have the same rights as individuals, every little thing we do, unless specifically in detail instructed by Congress, it's not just that we lose in court, but we lose years when
All
that
right, but
happens.
let me, again, I apologize for interrupting, but don't have endless amounts of time. I understand all that. But are you going to tell us with a straight face that you have come before this committee and the American people and say, hey, we have a major, major crisis. We are losing lives. We're spending huge amounts of money. People's limbs are being amputated. We have got to act. And have you pointed a finger at those people who are the cause of the problem? Have you had the courage to take on a very powerful food and beverage industry? You know, there are 15 teaspoons of sugar in this product. How many parents in America know this when they give it to their kids? Say, here, have a
How many
Coke.
parents in America know what 15 teaspoons of sugar looks like, means for your health, does to your body? Like, no, of course not.
Go out and play ball. Have you done your job and your predecessors, not just you, have you done your job in alerting the American people to the danger and rallying members of Congress to stand up to the special interests who are causing these problems?
With all due respect, I've been working on this problem for all of my career. This is what I've done, and I think I have talked about this very specifically. I think we all wish that we had gotten to the...
If this guy was in good faith, he would have just called out the names of these, like, of the CEOs, of the executives that run these food companies right now. Like, he just would have done it. We're like, well, you know, like, I've talked about how this guy does, you know, is making this problem worse. I've talked about how this guy is sitting there and spending boatloads of money to make it difficult to talk about this. I've talked about how this guy at this company keeps suing us every time we try and do something. Like, they pretend to try. And it's in things that they're supposed to be healthy too, like juices, misleading titles that say that things are juice. Like, drinks are awful here. It's not just drinks, it's in literally everything. Yeah, Subway bread isn't considered bread in Ireland. It's cake because they put sugar on it. McDonald's puts sugar on the bun for no reason other than it makes their shitty food taste a little bit better, and it makes it just a little bit more addicting.
Goal sooner,
and by a little bit, I mean a
that
lot.
You described.
More addicting.
I'm not contesting that. But I do believe in an appropriate discourse with this committee.
Different here in Australia as well.
We need to carefully reflect on the issues in play right now that would allow this to happen. And I'm really heartened to hear the bipartisan support for this, because much of what we try to do, frankly, gets blocked along the way. And we'll talk about that.
Let's be honest here. The food and beverage industry spends hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars.
I'm sorry to hear that, Batcaz, but that's a lot of people,
lobbying,
you know.
And on campaign contributions. You tell me the role that they are playing in destroying the health of America's children.
Well, I'm not going to contest your comment about the amount of money spent on lobbying. I think it's probably accurate. I don't have figures on that. But a lot of the changes that those of us who are interested in better health would like to make are blocked at the level of legislation for reasons that
but I'm
you'd
not,
have to
still
tell
not
me.
hearing you.
It's still
What
not.
is the reason that our kids are unhealthy?
They're
What
not
role
trying.
does this industry play?
It's
Even
just
now, you're getting
pretending
out of
to
office.
try.
Are you prepared to tell us that this committee, this Congress needs to take on the food and beverage industry whose greed is destroying the health of millions of people?
Well, I'm not going to castigate the people that work in the food and beverage industry.
You're not.
No, what I
That
will
is
say-
your job.
No, it's not to castigate. It's to point out
Yep,
how to make
absolutely,
progress
Coley
in this
Norva. That's
area.
exactly how that works.
We have an industry that if you tried to change
Don't
it
look at the
overnight,
amount of
their
sodium
farmers
in
all
all
over the
these
United
products
States
either.
would not be able to grow the crops they're currently growing. So there needs to be a plan, and it needs to
Do
be
not look at the sodium behind the curtain.
implemented in a mature, thoughtful way across the country. I'm 100%
The Academy
in
of
favor of the
Medicine in
change.
2010. How many years does it take to do it? 14 years enough time? How many kids have died and gotten sick during those 14 years?
There is no salt in Ba Sing Se.
It's not just kids, it's adults, of course. And I want to see it change as much as anyone, but we
And he
have
still
to do
won't
it in
do
a
it.
way that considers.
Pussy. Pussy, pussy, pussy. All right. Now, let's get to the horrors. So, Donald Trump has ordered health agencies such as the FDA, the CDC, and the NIH to pause communications with the public until February 1st. They are not allowed to give regulations, guidance, announcements, press releases, website posts until approved by a political appointee. But what's worse, there's no information that's going to be able to come out from these agencies now. That's been blocked. But what's worse is...
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. As of today, it looks as though Donald Trump is in the process of freezing federally funded cancer research in the United States.
And by it looks like he's in the process, that means he's frozen it already. Like it's there is no more federally funded cancer research in the United States. And by the way, cancer isn't like one thing. Cancer is several, like dozens of different diseases that all fall under the categorization of cancer. This is not just like, you know, one thing overall. There are some cancers that are, you know, much easier to work on finding a, not necessarily a cure, but a, let's say, a better treatment, a way of preventing cancer from forming, let alone some cancers that can be cured in some instances. I mean, hypothetically. But that's all gone now. Why am I living in the darkest timeline? So you can ask, if you find out the answer for that question, let me know. Yeah, so here's what I was going to just add in really quickly. There is no benefit to doing this. This doesn't even benefit the wealthy. This doesn't affect, like, companies in a positive way. Even health, like, rich people also get cancer, first of all. But secondly, this isn't like the idea of, oh, well, you know, like, it's easier, it's more profitable to treat cancer than to cure it. Like, that's not the idea here. They could easily have a cure for cancer that they make tons of money off of by making it so it's not like a one-off. They can make it weaker so that you have to regularly buy this shit from them. They can make it a vaccine that you have to take every year. This is not about profit here. This one is just because they're evil and they hate you. Like, there's no benefit to this, to anybody at all.
Cancer research. Why? Well, to be totally honest, we're not sure. But on his orders, the National Institutes of Health has frozen everything. Cancer research, Alzheimer's, diabetes. There's a lot not to like.
I forgot. Yes, also, Alzheimer's research, diabetes research, all federal funding for healthcare research. Now, I think I know why, but that would be a speculation on my part.
About the American healthcare system, but health research is one of the things that we do really, really well here in this country. We spend a lot of money on it for good reason.
I don't believe
the
that,
NIH has a $48 billion budget, which funds 50,000 grants to 300,000 researchers across 2,500 research institutions nationwide, all over the place.
Oh, no, not wants to, leftist Leo, has.
Studying all kinds of things. Institutions filled with some of the brightest minds from all over the world come here. I know some of them. Some of them are family members.
Remember, by the way, us backing out of the World Health Organization also means that other countries are going to have a harder time with doing research because we funded quite a lot of the World Health Organization.
Came to the U.S. so that they could conduct gold standard research in medical innovation to try to cure diseases that bedevil us. It's been woven into the fabric of this country for decades.
Among the buildings of the National Institute of Health to be dedicated here today stands the National Cancer Institute.
See, I don't think that that's true. I don't think that that's true. They don't want to find a cure for cancer because it would cut their bottom line, so they defund R&D, slow progress. I don't think that's true. Because they could increase their bottom line with a cure for cancer by just making it not a one-shot, by making it a regular vaccine that you have to take, by making it a medication that you have to take that is preventative regularly. They could make money off of you more so than they do now if they wanted to with this. It's not about money. If you had to ask me for like my actual speculative reasoning for why I think that this is being done, I would say that it's probably based off some of the eugenics culty shit. Like, they want to weed out the weak ones.
Created through provisions of the Act which I signed on August 5th, 1937. The work of this
I think you're both wrong. They could make curing cancer significantly more profitable if they wanted to. I don't think money is the answer for this one. Because I can see several different ways where they could increase their bottom line long term with this.
Underway. It is promoting and stimulating cancer research throughout the nation. It is bringing to
they could charge more.
A message of
they could charge more for a regular inoculation to prevent cancer than from chemo. Again, like, there's nothing to stop them from charging more money for a cancer vaccine, which, by the way, we even heard Larry Ellison talking about with AI, like an AI cancer vaccine, just like the day before this happened. There is nothing that would prevent them from making money off of this. This is because they're evil. It's not for money.
hope, because many forms of the disease are not only curable, but even preventable. Beyond this, it is doing research here and in many universities to unravel the mysteries of cancer.
How could you possibly say that, Lennon? They could make it more profitable by charging more for it, and that would be only one. Again, you can't just have a cancer vaccine. You would need one for a specific type, right? And so you could have a specific type of cancer vaccine that's supposed to be preventative. Then you could have medications that lessen the spread that you could charge out the ass for, well above the cost of chemo or radiation. Then you can add in, I don't know, fucking bullshit that they throw at you, multivitamins that will prevent you from taking from getting cancer. They can make shit up. If they want your money, they can take it. This isn't about money. If they wanted more money, they could do that with cancer research, with diabetes research, with Alzheimer's research. Because again, you're focused on cancer. What about Alzheimer's? What about diabetes? Rich people get these two, and they could extract wealth from all of these systems by working on cures, on prevention. They just don't need to give it to you like it will actually cure you. They could reserve that for the very, very, very wealthy. If you think about it logically, there's no government agency secretly sabotaging scientists' cancer research. It just doesn't make sense. It's too grand a conspiracy. It would be found out leaked. But like, I don't think that it's a conspiracy. I don't think that there's a conspiracy. I think that it's just blatant eugenics. Because they talk about this shit all the time. And it's not just the government. It's the right wing. They talked about this during COVID, that like vaccines were bad for you because they were actually being made by the government to make you weaker, right? The idea that they believe is that is in social Darwinism, but also just in regular Darwinism. A lot of these people really just do think that the weak should die. This is based on a very open amount of eugenics. I could get hundreds of thousands of dollars by dragging out the care. You can still do that. You can still drag out the care of patients for years with a vaccine that isn't a one-shot, when you have to do regularly. Let's say once a month, man. And again, it's not just cancer. You're still stuck on cancer. This is also diabetes. This is also Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. This is all federal funding for research on diseases. All of it. All of it is gone. I think we have to remember that federally funded research versus private research can be about money as well. Yes, both of the research can itself be financially beneficial. This is not about money. Citation, please, for a cure.
The NIH is not particularly controversial. I think it's a crown jewel of American governance, and it's doing really important, life-altering work.
Because this
And again,
isn't
it's not
about
centralized,
money.
right? It's out throughout the country. Folks just spending every day in a lab.
You guys just aren't understanding me. Like they can do all of those things and still make more money by doing the opposite of what they're doing here. They can make more money by producing a vaccine, maybe even a long-term cure that you have to take forever, for example.
Trying to do things like find a cure for cancer or Alzheimer's or a treatment for a rare illness.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Corn Cob. I went to a dude with high school who constantly posts about Darwinism, how trans people are the downfall of society. I don't understand what happened to him. He was one of the most intelligent people I knew back then. That's called right-wing brainwashing. But also, that's the mentality that I think is what drives this. I think it's the eugenics. I don't think it's about the money.
And yesterday, I don't think this has gotten nearly the attention it deserves. That research basically just stopped.
Okay. You're not listening to me, Lennon. No shit. But you could also have a vaccine that you have to take chronically. You have to take medication chronically, like the insulin. Let's say for diabetes, they don't want a vaccine. That's fine. They have the medicine that they have to pay out the ass for regularly. You could do this with various types of cancers. You could do this with Parkinson's. You can do this with Alzheimer's. You can do this with everything else. You don't need to have it black or white. There is a middle ground.
I don't mean this symbolically either. The actual convening of meetings and grant boards to approve funding were just abruptly halted. In at least one case, mid-meeting, apparently because of orders from the new Trump administration. And again, I'd like to tell you why they're doing this, but honestly, no one really seems to know what's going on. NPR confirmed with one cancer
It's not
researcher
just money.
that a scheduled meeting next week was indeed canceled. And as the academic journal Science reports, yesterday alone, officials halted midstream.
Yeah, okay. Okay, take diabetes off the list. What about every other thing? Why, you're fucking with me, right? Because it's like you're just sticking to the one thing that defends your argument rather than listening to everything else that goes against it.
A training workshop for junior scientists called off a workshop on adolescent learning, because gosh, we don't want that, right? Minutes before it was to begin,
not.
and
No
canceled
adolescent
meetings
learning.
of two advisory councils.
That's bad.
Panels that were scheduled to
That's
review
like
grant
cancer.
proposals also received 11th hour word they wouldn't be meeting. Staff also got word of an order directing the immediate and indefinite suspension of all travel for NIH employees. And as NBC News reports, nearly all scientific communication coming from federal health agencies, including the NIH, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, have been stopped until further notice through multiple directives of the Trump administration.
The yearly flu jab is cheap because it was federally subsidized and is an old thing that has existed for a long time. If they wanted to make it more expensive, which, by the way, they do, and they will, by the way, the yearly flu jab is not going to be cheap next year, they could do that.
Now, on that
There's
last
nothing
point,
to stop them
communication
from
freezes
doing
like that
it.
have happened before during the transition to a new administration. But again, to be honest, a lot remains unclear. And that muzzling could be really dangerous if we have a huge outbreak of something.
And the nursing home, you're not going to make enough. Charging them to live in a nursing home is less money than you could get from charging them to regularly take medication that you have to buy for thousands of dollars every month. Are you you guys are just whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Let's move on.
Right now, it really looks like health
Yes,
research
but the technology
funding,
to make
the
it
channel of
is
health research funding
pretty stable. We've been doing it for a long time. It's like with anything else, SN, the longer you do something, the cheaper it becomes to manufacture, the easier it becomes to manufacture. But as well as like the research that goes into the flu vaccine is, we find new strains of flu all the time, but we're not, the changes to the vaccine that we make for the new flu strains every year are not massive systemic changes to the entire structure of the vaccine. It's more just updates that we, it's like a patch, you know, that you add on every year. Whereas it's an entirely different thing to have a brand new vaccine for something that is, or medication that exists for something that has been plaguing humanity for a long time, that you could also just charge out the ass for. And again, the flu shot is also going to get charged out the ass for anyway, so.
In this country is shut down.
Or even just like not provided.
One scientist told a reporter, "I have never seen this level of confusion and concern in people that are extremely dedicated to their mission." While a senior NIH official said, "The impact of the collective executive orders and directives appears devastating for the institutes." We're not talking about like controversial stuff here, okay? And I have to ask, who voted for this? Who voted to stop cancer research?
Yeah, but that assumes that we exist in the same context that existed for the flu vaccine, Batgaz. We don't exist in that context anymore. There's nothing to prevent them from charging obscenely large amounts and then never making them cheaper again, because it's oligarchy. They can, like, as they're going to raise the vaccine prices for the flu and every other vaccine, because they're also going to get rid, they also already have, I think, or are planning to soon, get rid of any requirements for you to get your measles, mumps, rubella shots before you go to school, for example. Your COVID shot before you go to school. They don't want you to get vaccinated at all. They want you to not get vaccinated, and they want people to die. It's almost like you guys forgot COVID. It's not like they couldn't have made money during COVID. They didn't care about the money. They just didn't want people vaccinating themselves. Like that was Donald Trump's position, was, I don't care if they die. I don't want to test. I don't want to talk about it. The point is the pain. The point is these people are eugenicists and they believe that the weak should die.
The answer is nobody.
It's like it's like you haven't heard them say it already.
Public service or public health.
Yeah, look, the guy, he would wear a mask and then tell other people not to. I wonder if that has something to do with wanting others to suffer rather than wanting to make money.
Cares about himself. He wants to go after the people he feels wronged him. And again, I'm sort of trying to make the best case I can understand here, that he thinks everyone in public health wronged him during the COVID pandemic, and he thinks they are his enemies in the deep state. He wants to shut them all down. I'm assuming this is just a
well,
pause.
also, I mean, yes, racism, but that goes into the eugenics argument that I'm trying to make, you know.
But again,
all of it.
I don't know. And there's some pretty serious stakes here, because as we learned the first time around Donald Trump, who was, by the way, president for 4 years, infectious diseases do not care about politics, and they don't care about Donald Trump's image management. Remember when he openly boasted about artificially suppressing the tally of COVID cases?
Frankly, if we didn't test, you wouldn't have all the headlines, because we're showing cases. But if we did, think of this, if we didn't do testing, instead of testing over 40 million people, if we did half the testing, we'd have half the cases.
Now think about this, right? Donald Trump might have just said this because he wants to save face, right? But he's not the only one. There are people around him, and were back then as well, who also wanted this, not just to save face, but because they believed in eugenics.
We did another, you cut that in half, we'd have yet again half of that. When you do testing to that extent, you're going to find more people, you're going to find more cases. So I said to my people, slow the testing down, please. They test and they test. We got tests that people don't know what's going on.
Meanwhile, like, you couldn't get a test for, you know, much longer than every other developed country.
I mean, this is the deepest possible delusion, right? The case isn't related to the test. The case exists out there in nature. The test is whether you find out about it. And the actual numbers kept going up. Not testing doesn't mean fewer cases.
Yeah, absolutely, SN.
So to be clear, when we talk about how Trump is handling public health this time around, again, none of it's abstract or hypothetical, especially as we enter another precarious moment. Right now, you might have seen this. Medical experts are closely monitoring an outbreak of bird flu in this country.
Now, I'm not gonna let him spoil the fun. That's my story to tell. So this was from 2 days ago. This one's from yesterday.
The disinfectant, where it knocks it out, and then I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because
Oh, Batcast, that's what you were asking about.
Lungs, and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that.
When you do testing to that extent, you're going to find more people.
Yeah,
You're going to find more cases.
We heard.
Again, everyone, it's now 5 o'clock in New York. What do we get? What do we expect to get when we return that person back to the White House? At best, a fundamental lack of understanding about human health, where incompetence could cost lives. At worst, an
It's not
administration that
incompetence.
takes
It's not incompetence. It's genuine hatred.
active steps to put profits and personal vendettas above what's best for the country. And in doing so, putting the lives of every American and people around the world at risk. Keeping people safe and healthy should be something we can still agree on even now. Things like stopping the
Except we haven't in a long time.
spread of pandemics,
Look at
ensuring
health
that
insurance.
medicines are tested
If we gave a
and
shit
safe
about keeping
before the-
people safe and healthy, we would have had public health care by now. It literally costs the state less money to have universal health care. It's not about like keeping people safe and healthy. It never was. We never cared. Not the government.
They're sold and available. Funding research to find cures to
It's
diseases
not just chicken,
that don't
Lennon.
discriminate based on your political party. Things like
Unfortunately.
cancer. And that's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what we're seeing the new administration take aim at. Washington Post reports this, quote, health officials and experts said this week they are reeling after the new Trump administration on Tuesday abruptly halted external communication at the Department of Health and Human Services and
this
its
just like-
agencies, including the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the National Institutes of Health,
there's
meaning things like meetings of scientific researchers, experiments, other sciencey stuff. It all stopped.
I'm
Decisions
sorry.
about-
Like, you don't have to be a scientist to talk about this, but like clearly someone didn't get prepped before they went on air.
Who to give grant money to for their work stopped. Travel for employees at HHS stopped. Communications that are relied upon to disseminate critical health information about ongoing stuff stopped. That happened this week. Former CDC Director Tom Frieden pointed this out yesterday. CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report had provided real-time data and analysis about disease outbreaks and emerging health threats without a break every week since the year 1960 until today. Seems like a long time. The Post spoke with Victoria Seawalt, Chair of Population Sciences at City of Hope Comprehensive Cancer Center, who was scheduled to lead an NIH study section Thursday that was abruptly canceled without guidance on when it would be rescheduled. The session was scheduled to review grants focused on cancers and other chronic illnesses. She said this, quote, everything is basically in chaos, and frankly, everyone is terrified. We've never seen anything like this. This is like a meteor that crashed into all our cancer centers and research areas.
Lennon, I feel like that is the second highest driving factor in their decision making. Obviously, number one is still capital, but
that meteor apparently all because
nothing is going
this
to
new
change that
administration
much.
Wants Trump's
Fell
people
for it
to
again.
monitor everything, including cancer research. A memo sent out by the acting HHS secretary, obtained by NPR, said this, quote, refrain from publicly issuing any document or communication until it has been reviewed and approved by a presidential nominee. So as health research and money and communications are paused. Trump also cut off the U.S.'s...
Britain is actively working against your national health care, Batgaz. That's why that's why your public health care is getting worse every year. It's because you're privatizing it. But like, yeah, it works. We like same in Australia, by the way. Like we have the same system and it is good, but also we're making it worse by privatizing it. Private healthcare makes healthcare for everybody worse.
Access to global health data when he pulled the country out of the World Health Organization in one of his very first executive orders. A frightening move as concerns over bird flu outbreaks are mounting.
There's
alarm in the health industry is where we start the hour with some of our favorite experts and friends. Epidemiologist, health economist, and chair of the New England Complex Systems Institute, Dr. Eric Feigelding is here, plus critical care physician, professor of pediatrics and pediatric.
When did we jump to Arcane? Heimerdinger?
Disaster response expert, Dr. Michael Anderson is here. Also joining us, senior editor for health and science at Forbes, Alex Knapp is here. Alex, I'll start with you on the reporting. We only learn of some of these shutdowns or pauses when they're public facing. I wonder if you can just help folks understand how vast the medical and the health and sort of the federal agencies that work in this area are, and how much more could be impacted that we don't know about yet.
A lot.
Yeah, and thanks for having me on the show.
Again, that list included the FDA, because that's your Food and Drug Administration. That's not just about healthcare related industries. That's also the food industry's regulating body.
It's important to understand that the NIH is almost $50 billion a year worth of the federal budget, and that goes to research hospitals. It goes to providing care. It goes to biotech startups. It goes to collaborations with pharmaceutical companies.
Steve, you're probably
to
right.
develop vaccines against potential pandemic threats. There's really a wide-ranging number of things that it does, and in addition to disseminating public health information and making sure and tracking disease outbreaks.
Dr. Anderson, I wonder if you...
Holy Nova, it's always been an ideological split amongst capitalists between keeping the working class healthy enough to go to work and sick enough to stay in their place. Kind of the same with immigration. Capital owners love cruelty and whipping MAGA up into an anti-immigration frenzy, but also love cheap labor, hence the H-1B fight. And like, yes, you are right there. But I still think that this is something that is driven by capital. But I don't think that capital is the driving factor in this decision here. I think normally, yes, but in this case, I think the driving factor is eugenics.
Can sort of orient us around
okay, I gotta be real with you, Chief.
What even falls into the category of some transition? I guess none of it when it comes to NIH, because the transition landing team under a normal transition is there to make sure that the science-y stuff isn't impacted. Just talk about how unprecedented this moment is for the medical and scientific community.
Yeah, Nicole, it truly is unprecedented. And yes, when administrations change, there are sometimes gaps or hiccups or whatever it is, because a new team has to learn rapidly exactly what's in their portfolio. But this shutdown, this almost complete shutdown, is really disconcerting. And a couple of the pieces you quoted, there's something called a study section. It's very sciencey, it's very medicine-y. A study section is a really important,
as I said, Twit2, Americanizing and privatizing their healthcare industry. It's the same thing that's happening in Australia. They hate public healthcare because they can't make as much money off of it. The existence of private healthcare makes healthcare worse for everybody. It's just, that's it. And guys, like, honestly, at this point, Simply Steve, you can kind of, the NHS is absolutely for sale, Pat Gaz. It's been for sale for years now. Go look at like historical data at how much the NHS has been privatized in the last decade. Simply, Steve, I don't think that fighting for elections in this country again are something that is something that we can do right now. Right now, we should be fighting for our lives. Because while they're talking about this shit, right, they're on mainstream media. You know what's happening? So here is the director of Medical Intensive Care Unit and NYC Health and Hospitals, Bellevue. I would open this, but, you know, we got some headlines to go through. We'll read a longer version of all of this combined in the end. But it's a matter of time before bird flu becomes a more significant public health threat. Then we also have 100,000 ducks to be euthanized in New York farm after bird flu outbreak just this week. And that's New York. Then we have 7 new dairy herds in California infected with bird flu. That's also this week. That's cows now as well. Minnesota just lost 80,000 turkeys in Dakota County. Just one county to bird flu. Then we jump to Indiana. Confirmed 2 massive bird flu outbreaks in commercial poultry, 353,000 egg-laying birds, and 18,000 turkeys wiped out. 370,000 birds gone in a matter of days. And then we also have Indiana locks down a massive 2.8 million bird egg facility. Also bird flu. All of these happening over the span of just this week, really. Then we have highly pathogenic avian influenza confirmed in commercial poultry flock in Georgia. All poultry activities in Georgia are to be suspended. All of them. Now, I wonder, maybe if this has something to do with the rise in prices of things like eggs, for example, of food prices, you know? Because we eat this stuff, and all of these are being culled. You know, the ducks culled, the dairy herds culled. You can't eat this stuff. The turkeys culled. All of this. And by the way, the only reason we're even getting these updates is because this is from the USDA, which was not under that censor order. Because if it was, then we wouldn't know. Department of Agriculture. That's how we get to find out. Now, again, this is getting scary. Like, it's getting pretty scary. And here's a larger picture of it. So confirmations of highly pathogenic avian flu, avian influenza in commercial and backyard flocks. We can have a little bit of a look at some data, right? So birds affected, or commercial flocks between, December, there was 70. Now a few less commercial flocks are infected. Or rather, dashboard below is designed to provide a current snapshot of confirmed detection. So rather, on December 24th, we had 70 recent detections, and by this month we have 39. That makes more sense because we're not looking for them. Backyard flocks total about 13.23 million birds are currently infected or have been found to be infected. More so, again, in December, found to be infected than this month, not because there is less of the infection spreading, but because there is less scrutiny and less testing, or rather less reporting as well. Now, if we look at the last 30 days of where detections have happened in the country, Ohio got absolutely smashed. 3 million birds affected in this outbreak in Ohio in the last 30 days. Missouri, another 3 million there in the last 30 days. California, almost 1 million there, right? Sure, commercial flocks. Then we jump to backyard flocks. And the states now change. But if we go to all flocks in the last 30 days, which, by the way, includes places like Minnesota, but let's just jump to total outbreak. That's the whole country, guys. That's the whole country. Here's some of the latest detections by day. We had Arkansas, Illinois, Maryland, and Missouri all reporting infections just on the 22nd, which is the last data that we have. Georgia, Maryland, Missouri, Oregon, Virginia. Like, this is everywhere. This is everywhere. It's already spread everywhere. And we still have not gotten to the point where it is jumping from animal to human. I mean, we have had one case of bird flu in a person in Georgia, actually it was. I believe the April 1st, 2024 was the first reported human case in the United States since the outbreak began in dairy cows. Now, I'm just looking just to see, again, because I checked a little yesterday, but if there's been any updates on human cases this week. Oh, lovely! Love that. U.S. reported its first human case 2 years in April of 2024. Since then, the CDC has reported 67 human cases. The first death from bird flu was announced earlier this month in Louisiana. Our poor patient in Georgia died, it seems. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to get any new numbers because the CDC has been told to shut the fuck up. Love that. That makes me feel much more comfortable in where this is heading. Also, Kansas. This was just a couple days ago. Tuberculosis outbreak is now the largest in America's recorded history, which, by the way, is from 1950 onward, because I looked at the numbers here and I thought, like, wait a minute. We definitely had a larger TB outbreak back when we used to call it consumption, but that was back before we started recording the history. So, yeah, be vegan or just a pescatarian. Even fish seems to be the only thing safe to eat. Wear masks, distance socially, wash your hands. Honestly, I would. It's not a pandemic yet, but at this rate, we're gonna get there. And if it's not bird flu, it might be TB. It might be any number of other infectious diseases that are not going to get reported on, that are not going to be part of the discourse. They're not going to put in place any restrictions for people. They're not going to incentivize you to get a vaccine. I'm sure they're not even going to publicly announce if there is a vaccine for this specific strain, because we don't really have flu vaccines that include bird flu in them. Not currently, not in the United States. We could, but the yearly flu vaccine has nothing to do with this. It would be expensive to add it into there when it wasn't this much of an issue. And it became this much of an issue because we stopped, I don't know, paying attention to this shit during COVID. COVID broke a lot of people's brains, and it made the idea of talking about things like public health funding in infectious disease, in damage reduction, in safety, in public safety measures that are enacted with or without choice, all of that disappeared. I'll laugh if we get a pandemic and an entire group of young people were screwed by the pandemic and I'm never graduating. That's the thing. Like, if we get a pandemic of this, Lennon, it's a lot worse than COVID would be. Do you guys want to, like, do you guys know what the mortality rate is for H5N1? Because the mortality rate for COVID was a lot lower. In 2003, HPAI, H5N1 reappeared in East and Southeast Asia, including Korea, Vietnam, Hong Kong, Japan, and Thailand, and had some devastating consequences on its effects of the poultry industry and high mortality in human cases, approximately 60%. 60. Close enough. Holy Nova. What was the mortality rate for COVID again? Not to say that it wasn't, you know, a lot. Oh yeah, it was right around 2.7%. So COVID had a 2% mortality rate, 60% for this one. Take this shit seriously, this ain't COVID. COVID was the practice run, and a lot of people said this back during COVID. I typed 50, but it felt wrong, but it's 60. Yeah, it's 60. And 60%, at least in historic outbreaks of, like bird flu, avian influenza. So, like, it might not necessarily be that high. It might drop, as we know how, like, infectious diseases tend to go one way or the other. They're either incredibly infectious and have a lower mortality rate, or they're incredibly, like, dangerous and have a high mortality rate, but are less infectious. And they often will go from high mortality, less infectious, to more infectious at the reduction of their mortality rate. But like, so still though, like, you know, COVID had 3 million people dead with the 2.7 rate. Yeah, this could be fucking bad. This could be half the country. This could be half the planet. The plague wasn't this deadly. That's actually not incorrect. Yeah. Bubonic plague mortality rate. At least, you know, actually, it could have been. If untreated, the mortality rate for the bubonic plague is between 40 and 70. So it's either slightly less deadly or slightly more deadly if done nothing about. So yeah, if we just leave it alone, it's still worse than the plague. And remember, who's in charge of HHS, guys? It is a one Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And this was him during COVID.
Tonight, an alarming new report on Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the person Donald Trump wants to put in charge of the country's health. In May of 2021, that's just 6 months after the rollout of the COVID vaccine, Kennedy tried to stop all COVID vaccinations in the U.S., the New York Times reports. He did this during a deadly phase of the pandemic when thousands...
Comrade Lennon, the vegans aren't dying. They placed a curse on us. Unironically, I can see that. I keep saying, you know, how long until we have a witchcraft as a regular part of American political discourse? My bet was on 2 years, but this might speed it up a bit. Man, does it sound like Amanda Bynes behind the piano teacher? Millennial brain rot? Thankfully, you have this brain rot, because that, my friend, is what made me able to get through this segment without screaming. It is still like not even 6 o'clock in the morning. My neighbors probably fucking hate me, so thanks for making me not scream.
Thousands of Americans were still dying every week. Kennedy's anti-vax organization petitioned the FDA to completely revoke authorization for the vaccine and refrain from approving any other COVID vaccines in the future, even though estimates have begun to show the rapid rollout of COVID vaccines had already saved about 140,000 lives in the United States. Senator Ed Markey, Democrat of Massachusetts, is on the Health, Education, Labor Committee, which is one of the committees that will be holding hearings on RFK Jr. for Health and Human Services. Secretary?
He's not HHS secretary yet, but I do think he'll get in. I'd be shocked if he didn't.
Senator, obviously we've known RFK's position, RFK Jr.'s position on this. This is new news that this petition actually happened. We've got global estimates that in that first year, the vaccines saved the lives of about 19 million people. What do you think this says about his qualifications to be the head of HHS?
Well, it only reinforces all of the doubts that have already existed about his candidacy. He's questioned the vaccine for polio.
Hey, who was in here earlier saying that Colombia was doing, like, good work in preventing those deportation flights Sorry, this is unrelated, but Trump ordered 25% tariffs on all goods from Colombia after 2 deportation flights were rejected. Yep, that's not surprising in the slightest.
He's questioned the vaccine for measles. And by inference, it also is mumps and all of the other diseases in our country and around the world that in the past 2 generations, if they haven't been completely eradicated, they've just been reduced down to a dramatically lower number each year that affects families.
Oh, just so you guys know, that also does suck, because here's some of our imports from Colombia. Mineral, fuel, oils, distillate products, precious stones, metals, coins, pearls, live trees, plants, bulbs, roots, cut flowers, coffee, tea, meat and spices, commodities not specific according to any kind, aluminum, edible fruits, nuts, peel of citrus fruits, melons, electronics, electrical equipment. Wow, we really don't make anything in America anymore, do we? Plastics. All, like, our entire economy is just grift. That's all we produce in America is grift.
In our country and around the world. And what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has done is that he is putting a cloud over vaccines. He's allowing for doubts to be raised in families' minds as to whether or not they should be vaccinated. The COVID vaccine, if it had not actually been distributed, would have led to another 800,000 deaths in our country. And here he had a petition to stop the distribution of the vaccine. So from my perspective, this is just one further reason why 75 Nobel Prize winners have come out in opposition to Robert F. Kennedy's confirmation as the top health official in our country. And it's why this is going to be one of the most important confirmation hearings that we have had in a generation in the United States Senate.
And again, by the way, this is almost directly impacted by bird flu. They don't listen to smart people, just rabid internet Q sycophants. Yeah, basically. They don't care. You're part of the deep state. You're part of the establishment, even though they're the establishment and the deep state.
Just to stay with this for a second, I mean, you talk about polio and other things. I mean, one of the things that's so wild to me about this is that we actually we lived through this with COVID. Like, we got to, like, people couldn't leave their homes. We were outside. It was killing thousands of people a day. And the vaccine, the country got vaccinated enough that we didn't have that anymore, more or less. So here's my question to you in a technical sense. I mean, if you were the head of HHS and we had another pandemic, which I know no one wants to think about that, but 100% could happen.
No, 100% likely to happen at this point, unless if we do not shift off the current route that we are on, if we do not move to a different path, if we do not stop and undo some of these actions, then it will happen. And it is an eventuality, but I mean, like, an eventuality in the short term if we don't change this.
Like, he would have the power to do things that would stop the development of vaccines for that virus, stop the deployment. Like, he would have very real power to make it impossible to vaccinate people, right?
I'm not predicting this, but if for the sake of this discussion, there was a bird flu pandemic that broke out in our country, and we needed a vaccine, and we needed it to be distributed, we would need a secretary of HHS that was leading the charge.
Yes. Who actually believed in vaccines, which Robert F. Kennedy does not.
That was out in front and recommending to people, especially those who might be in the most vulnerable communities, that they take the vaccine. And instead, based upon his past history, I think it's pretty clear that he would not be doing that. In fact, he'd be raising questions about the safety and efficacy of that vaccine, which would be very dangerous to the community.
No, TB absolutely existed before 1950. We just weren't recording the amounts of, like, the amount of people who were getting sick with TB before 1950 in the United States. We didn't record data for outbreaks before 1950. Before 1950, yeah, of course we had massive amounts of TB. We used to call it consumption because it would literally consume you from the inside.
Which could
But
be
we weren't-
potentially threatened.
We didn't have data for that.
petition we mentioned
Recorded
before claimed
history.
the risks of the vaccines outweighed the benefits, that vaccines weren't necessary because good treatments were available, including ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, which subsequently, through multiple studies, has shown to be not at all effective at all.
Remember, Mel Gibson, just like a week ago, was on Joe Rogan talking about how ivermectin is good for cancer, how he has 3 friends who cured their cancer with ivermectin. Sure.
And they had already been deemed ineffective against the virus at the time in 2021. There's been subsequent data, so this is just essentially nonsense. Yeah, go ahead.
I said he's moving us away from acceptance of vaccines, acceptance of fluoridation as a part of the
Well, you know
healthcare
what? That's what I
culture
mean.
in
You
our
know,
country. And by
like,
the way,
you guys do the right thing and try and keep yourselves safe, try and keep your family members safe. But at that point, like, let them do whatever they want to do. Don't try and like, don't risk your own safety and your health, especially not in a scenario where like you can be unsafe just by talking about why, I don't know, these people are dumb for not wanting to socially distance or to wear a mask or to isolate. Like they'll kill you, and no one will stop them. The police, sure, like what, they're gonna get arrested and then they're gonna get charged and then they're gonna get let out with no repercussions. Look at what happened with the January 6th protesters. They get let out of prison, and then all of the political opponents of the administration lose their security detail.
distracting us from what the real agenda of the Republican Party is, which is to loot Medicaid.
Yeah, and everything
loot
else.
The Affordable Care Act.
To loot the American people.
And all of the healthcare programs for ordinary families, for poor families in our country, to pay for the tax breaks of his billionaire buddies down in Mar-a-Lago. That's what we should be debating, not
Try
the
that again,
efficacy
Lennon.
of vaccines. And that's really at the heart of the problem of this Kennedy nomination. We are being distracted from the real issues and the real agenda.
Scenario? I guess that might have been like Australian accent I picked up.
Of the Republican Party, once again, which is to pay for the billionaire tax cuts at the expense of the programs, especially the healthcare programs.
I got it. Yeah.
Which the Republicans have always harbored an ancient animosity towards, and to then use that money for the tax breaks for the rich. So it's just absolutely the oldest Republican playbook, and unfortunately, Robert F. Kennedy not only helps to distract from that agenda, but he also advances a dangerous agenda for our country, which would further endanger the health of ordinary families.
Senator Ed Markey of the state of Massachusetts, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Ghouls is right. Well, then I don't know. I think scenario sounds correct to me, but just because it sounds better to me than scenario. I suppose it just depends on what part of the country in the states you grow up in, versus an international thing, maybe? I don't know. Like if it's not me having the accent because I'm in Australia, then it's just absolutely just where you grow up in the region. Yeah, both are acceptable, obviously. It's just where that comes from is interesting to think about. So meanwhile, like we're gonna jump off of bird flu now to just another health topic that is less severe but will also affect you, and that is fluoride. I know this one's a little boring because it's your teeth, but guess what? You can die from poor dental health.
On Thursday, the Senate will hold a confirmation hearing for Robert F. Kennedy Jr., President-elect Trump's pick to run the Department of Health and Human Services. His nomination has raised alarms among health officials, with Kennedy expressing skepticism of vaccines and vowing that the incoming administration will advise all U.S. water systems to stop adding fluoride to their water supplies. Some cities have already made the move, voting to remove fluoride from their drinking water. Our CBS News Confirmed team visited one of those communities in Oregon.
This is not a good
Lana
thing.
Zach has the story.
Before water enters your home, it typically comes from a local water source, one like this, the South Santiam, which flows into Lebanon, Oregon's water treatment facility.
We pump water from this tank here to the distribution system is what carries water to the houses.
Here, water goes through multiple steps of purification.
This is the fluoride room here at the City of Lebanon. As you can see, all of the caution
Make cavities
signs.
great
we
again.
use a fluorosilicic acid at a dose of 0.7 milligrams per liter. So we have to wear protective clothing. You don't want this stuff on your skin.
But recently, the
Thanks,
fluoride
SN.
in Lebanon was stopped.
And yes, this kills the bacteria and makes the water taste good, though. Yeah, it helps your teeth. Except this one comes specifically from just like retardation, because most Americans already don't regularly see a dentist. It's not like they're going to make any more money off of the people who already can't afford a dentist, because whether or not you have private health, your dental health will generally go ignored. But this is because they don't know how to read. That's it. It's because fluoride in large amounts is toxic, but the amount of fluoride in the water supply, even when higher than the amount it should be, is nowhere near that level. And even if it is higher than it should be, it still is doing more good than it is harm.
After a nearby reservoir drawdown mandated by the Army Corps of Engineers,
Well, that's
increased
kind of
the
what they're
muddiness
thinking,
or
except there's no
turbidity
such
of the
thing.
water, public interest.
Like, there's no such thing as pure H2O tap water, you know? Like, you can get pure H2O. Like, you can get purified water, but no one's drinking purified water. And purified water with nothing but H2O in it is not good for you. You need those minerals. You need the other bits of the water. Also, pure H2O tastes like dog shit. Yes, it does.
Water supply spiked.
We had
Or
some
rather, I
color
don't know,
issues and
some
stuff
people
like
say it
that
doesn't
with
taste,
the
but-
quality of the raw water.
One resident, Lindsay Pearson, began reading up on something unrelated to the turbidity of the water.
I would think that it
fluoride.
tastes bad, but I might be wrong on that. But
worker.
I'm weird with the taste of water, so don't even quote me on that. I don't care if it physically actually does not taste bad. It tastes bad to me. I've had purified water. I've taken a sip. But I also think that just warm water tastes bad. I can't drink water unless it's cold and filled with little crushed rocks. Sorry. And fluoride.
I am a nurse. I'm also a mom, and I'm educated here in America. I can read articles and peer-reviewed information.
Yeah, I don't want metal
so
water. I
can
want
understand
rock
when
water.
there is a risk.
For some in the community, like Pearson, fluoride seemed
want it
like an
crunchy.
example of government overreach. So she rallied neighbors on conservative-aligned social media channels, and they spread their message at a local donut shop.
We ended up getting in touch with one of the lawyers that was actually involved with Fluoride Action Network. He gave us different documents about neurotoxicity and different things
There we
related
go.
to our cause. And so that's kind of where the ball got rolling.
Armed with a fluoride data sheet, they pointed at studies that seemed to counter the mainstream consensus.
Again, people who can't read, imagining that they understand PhD level data. My best water was my Sandpoint well. Yeah, water is good when it's crunchy.
On water fluoridation.
Fluoride toothpaste.
And as the debate spread, organizations like the American Dental Association weighed in.
Okay, wait, hold on, come on.
The ADA says fluoride, which has been in use for more than 75 years, prevents at least 25% of tooth decay in children and is safe at the level of 0.7 milligrams per liter, which is the amount that Lebanon had been using. The debate went all the way up to the city council, which was also divided.
Every time somebody would send something to the council for us to have as information, it looked like sales.
You're not wrong, Post-it Bone.
The town voted, and by less than a 4-point difference, the people of Lebanon voted to remove their fluoride.
I'm a firm believer in giving people their own voice and their own choice in how they focus on their health. Personally, I don't think
You're
there's...
gonna make diabetes so much worse if you do that. I think we should just put, like, antipsychotics in the water strategically in specific parts of the country. I think that would be a better way to go about this.
safe level for any kind of a toxic chemical in my water.
But that view was not fully shared by everyone. Sean Edinger, a former Navy engineer, voted to keep the fluoride in the water.
If you trust the government, the consensus is clear. If you run an other
Maybe more than a small dose. Maybe like a low moderate dose. Just start putting Prozac in the water too. Yeah, maybe like a little I don't know, Abilify in there. Add some lithium, but only in places that aren't big cities. Everywhere outside the big cities.
that don't trust the government, that don't trust the CDC, then obviously they're going to throw all that data and science out the window.
We put the question to dentists. Some didn't want to be interviewed because of the divisiveness of the issue, but Dr. Highfam, an ADA member dentist and Oregon State representative, says he can see clearly the difference in his patients' teeth.
I believe in it. It's a safe thing to use.
Another town he works in, Hillsborough, isn't fully fluoridated.
Is there anything that is hurting? So in my Hillsborough office, I do see a higher number of patients that do have cavities. When they do have the cavities are a lot bigger, it's more severe.
And as the debate over water fluoridation spreads to other communities,
yeah,
more
yikes
towns
is
will have
right,
to choose.
Rob Warrior. You should have seen the last bit. This is us ending on the least yikes bit of the healthcare segment.
On the round. Vote your conscience with it. And I would hope that it goes to the people.
At the end of the day, I think people who are anti-fluoride aren't bad people. I just think that a lot of times they've been misinformed on information.
For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Lana Zach.
We not only live in the worst timeline, guys, we also live in the dumbest one. That's the thing, you know. The dumbest timeline, as well as the worst one. And remember, after we took a break from avian flu, excuse me, to talk about the fluoride stuff, but with a new pandemic just over the horizon, let's think about what they did during the last one. Workers lost $3.7 trillion in earnings during the pandemic. Women and Gen Z saw the biggest losses, while the world's billionaires got richer by $3.9 trillion during the pandemic. People getting sick and dying is a great excuse to jack up prices. Is a great excuse to sell people bullshit. People being stuck, you know, in a hospital is a great way for them to siphon some money out of that family before that bloodline is then ended. I'm confused. They say don't swallow toothpaste, but put fluoride in water. The toothpaste is not for the, it's not don't swallow toothpaste because of the fluoride. It's don't swallow toothpaste because it's bad for you to swallow toothpaste in general for your digestive tract. It's toothpaste. You can just eat toothpaste if you want to. There's nothing wrong with it. Fluoride in the water, again, as I said before, fluoride in highly concentrated amounts is toxic, but the amount in the drinking water is nowhere near that amount. It is not toxic at that level. It's perfectly safe. Now, in parts of the country, there are higher amounts of fluoride than the recommended amount in the water. But even in those cases, it is still a much larger benefit than it is harm. It's still not even close to the levels of toxic. It's just above the amount that they think it should be, of the recommended amount. From that point onward, then people with specific healthcare issues are more affected, that there are maybe risks of longer term issues that might develop from it. But if you're worried about fluoride in the water, have I got news for you. It's called lead and plastic. I feel like you should be a little bit more worried about either of those really than fluoride. Just like you can drink mouthwash, you're not gonna die. I mean, you might get a little drunk depending on the mouthwash. Why can I take 2 milligrams of something and I'm okay, but 350 milligrams kills me? That's kind of where we come down to here. Alright. Now, it's getting hot. The sun's about to come up, so that'll be all for today. But I won't be here tomorrow. I'll be taking my citizenship test. I'll keep you guys all updated, and I'll let you all know what the stream schedule is going to be like tomorrow, because I don't know how quickly this air conditioner thing is going to get solved, and without an AC, it's going to be around this time, probably on Tuesday for you guys. And thank you all for watching, Sister to all, and as well as the rest of you. I hope you all have a great week. I will be rating Gremlin. Okay, sure, that works. But also, before we go, I really just want to drill down of like, I think we might be at the place where it's not a bad idea to maybe throw on a mask when you go into a public place these days now, because we're getting real close to a very large issue, like a big yikes type of situation. Be safe, wash your hands, pay attention, and don't drink mouthwash. It's not safe. Yes. Even if you can, technically, it's still not safe. Alright, well, I hope you all have a lovely day. See you next time.